what is the study of water called? 215-263 WMMR. We are going to go to Bryce to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Bryce, morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, sir. All right, so what is the study of water, please?
That would be hydrology.
Hydrology, yeah. Easy. All right, Bryce, for your trouble, hang on the line because we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party Saturday, August 26th, 7:30 p.m. at Wells Fargo Center. And tickets for all 3 shows on August 26th and 27th are available at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. We have a lot to get to and a lot of unfortunate news to pass along. We'll start with this. Sandra Bullock is grieving the loss of her longtime partner, Brian Randall, after a private battle with ALS. He died on Saturday, 57 years old. Randall's family said in a statement that he passed away peacefully after a 3-year battle with ALS, adding that he chose to keep his journey with ALS private, and those of us who cared for him did our best to honor his request.
Jeez.
The Miss Congeniality actress first met the professional photographer in 2015 when he photographed her son's birthday party. The pair attended Jennifer Aniston and Justin Theroux's wedding as a couple later that year. On a December 2021 episode of Red Table Talk, Sandra said she had found the love of her life and added, "We share 2 beautiful children, 3 children," she said, Randall's older daughter. It's the best thing ever. He's the example that I would want my children to have. And that's just got to be so hard to watch somebody go through that.
I was reading some comments from his older daughter who said she was blown away by how attentive Sandra Bullock was during these past couple of years. And so obviously they all became very close. How could you not in light of all that?
Absolutely.
I have a stupid question about ALS. Does it strike women?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it proportionally more men than women?
That I don't know.
Okay.
It's
I'm
odd
not
that you
sure.
mentioned that. Most of the times I've encountered anyone who has it in my life, they've been men.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
That's a good question, Case. I'm not really sure. We'll move on because this was unfortunate as well. William Friedkin, the generation's defining director who brought a visceral realism to 1976, The French Connection and The Exorcist, was quickly anointed as one of Hollywood's top directors when he was only in his 30s, has passed away. He was 87 years old.
One of my all-time favorites, an unbelievably talented director. Did make a lot of movies. You know, his roster of films is not, expansive, but what he made was effing fantastic.
Friedkin, who won the Best Director Oscar for The French Connection, died Monday in Los Angeles. He had passed away after a long illness. The French Connection contains one of the most thrilling car chase scenes ever filmed. And the movie, which was made for only $2 million, became a box office hit when it was released in 1971 and won Academy Awards for Best Picture, Screenplay, and Film Editing, and led critics to hail Friedkin, who was then just 32, as a leading member of a new generation of filmmakers.
So I watched The Exorcist last night in honor of his passing. Still holds up. It's still a masterpiece.
God, yeah.
There's a movie I can recommend that a lot of people may not have seen called The Sorcerer with Roy Scheider. It's a remake of a French movie called The Wages of Fear, about these guys who are transporting nitroglycerin in a truck across this treacherous mountain terrain. And it's an amazing movie.
And Friedkin directed that?
He directed it,
okay.
yeah.
So The Exorcist came out in 1973, and it was so scary for its era that many viewers fled the theater before it was over, and some reported being unable to sleep for days afterward. It received 10 Oscar nominations, including 1 for Friedkin as director, and it won 2 for script and for sound.
It was freaking great.
With that second success, he would go on to direct movies and TV shows well into the 21st century, but he would never again come close to matching the acclaim that he had received for those early works.
Do you remember the movie To Live and Die in L.A.?
I do.
Yeah, Wang Chung did the music. Great movie.
Yeah. It was Sean Penn was in that. Wait.
No, Willem Dafoe.
No. I was thinking of Falcon and the Snowman.
Yes.
And he gained a reputation clashing with both actors and studio executives.
No, you're thinking of Meatballs too, Preston.
Francis Ford Coppola praised Friedkin in a statement saying that his films are alive with his genius. Other film credits include, like Steve said, To Live and Die in L.A., Rules of Engagement, and a TV remake of the classic play 12 Angry Men. He also directed episodes for TV shows such as The Twilight Zone, Rebel Highway, and CSI Crime Scene Investigation.
His 12 Angry Men done for TV was actually kind of interesting because it was actually 12 Angry Men and Urkel.
Oh, my
they
God.
were capitalizing on that.
That's a twist.
Yeah.
And also a new film is coming out. The Kane Mutiny Court Martial, starring Kiefer Sutherland, is set to premiere at the Venice Film Festival next month. And you and I are both fans of the Kane Mutiny. So
Massive, yeah.
I'm really interested to see what he will end up doing with that. And another celebrity death, Mark Margolis. This was a little late last week, so we didn't get a chance to touch on this. Portrayed the menacing, bell-ringing Hector Salamanca in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He passed away Thursday at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. He was 83 years old.
Great character actor.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Great character actor.
Ace Ventura's landlord, if you recall him.
Yeah.
So in Breaking Bad is the former drug kingpin who continues to hover over the Albuquerque meth trade from his nursing home. Margolis left an unforgettable mark on the Vince Gilligan television universe with barely any dialogue. In 2012, he was nominated for an Emmy for his performance in Breaking Bad, and he returned as Hector for 5 seasons in Better Call Saul, where he infused a rich backstory into the character. He was actually born in Philadelphia in 1939. He moved to New York at a young age to pursue acting. With an early interest in theater, he landed roles in productions such as Infidel Caesar on Broadway and would go on to appear in more than 50 off-Broadway plays.
He was Urkel in 12 Angry Men and Urkel.
Actually, his breakout film role was in Brian De Palma's classic Scarface, in which Margolis played the villain and bodyguard Alberto, a.k.a. The Shadow. Is that the guy that is supposed to set off the bomb in the car, and Tony shoots him and goes,
I think it
Look
is.
at you now. Look at you now.
Yeah.
A longtime collaborator of
We
Darren
doggies.
Aronofsky, Margolis also appeared in Noah, Black Swan, The Wrestler, and Pi. He boasts over 70 film credits across 5 decades. He gave us that, too. Outside of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, he had recurring roles on television series, including The Equalizer, Oz, Kings, and American Horror Story Asylum. Guest starred on Californication, Gotham, Crossing Jordan, and The Affair. And he's just one of those, like you said, one of those character actors that popped up in tons of stuff.
And you know what, Preston? He's blessed with that character actor attribute of having that sort of regular guy face.
Yeah.
You could apply him to anything.
Yep. And then one more death, and we'll move on, but Willie Perry Jr., the Chicago musician known as DJ Casper, who created the popular Cha-Cha Slide line dance and wrote the hit song that made it a worldwide sensation, passed away on Monday following a long battle with cancer. He was 58 years old.
So this is at weddings all the time, right?
Absolutely. Perry, also known as Mr. C, the Slide Man, revealed that he had been diagnosed with kidney and liver cancer in 2016. Updating the public on his progress over the subsequent years, he had been in remission for several years when the cancer returned.
My favorite memory of this song is dancing with Frozone and Mrs. Incredible at Magic Kingdom.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You danced to this?
Yeah, they had a little dance party with the Incredibles.
That's awesome.
In like the future land of that. And
I can never follow this dance. I'm stupid at line dancing anyway, but I enjoy watching people do it.
Stable at weddings and other rites of passage. It was actually made for an aerobics workout.
That makes sense.
So Perry created it for his nephew, a personal trainer in Chicago, to accompany a workout based on the lyrics instructions. And that was in 1998. Casper Slide Part 1 became popular a local hit in Chicago, and it recorded a new version, part 2 in 2000, credited to Mr. C, the Slide Man, and the song, a purely local phenomenon until it was included on a compilation of Chicago-based musical artists and distributed by Universal.
Wow.
And for the next 3 years, it was a regularly played song on urban contemporary radio stations across the U.S., and in 2004, it became a #1 hit in the UK.
So I wonder how much he owned of the song, how much he made off of all that.
Good question. I mean, he wrote it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's all his, I would imagine. So he had to have had a pretty decent take on that.
You would hope.
I was born in Chicago in 1965, a lifelong resident. He is survived by his wife, Kim, and his family. So sad news to pass along there. All right, let's do some lighter things, okay?
Yes.
So we had nothing but bad there. Channing Tatum appeared to be having the time of his life at the Taylor Swift concert in Los Angeles on Saturday.
How magical.
Gayle King shared a video of the Magic Mike star enthusiastically dancing to Shake It Off on Instagram on Sunday.
I bet you they probably had good seats, right?
Tatum sported a glitter heart around one of his eyes and wore a shirt that read, "It's me, hi, I'm the daddy, it's me," referring to Swift's anti-hero song and his status as a daddy.
He's Team T.
Yeah, he's Team Tay, definitely. So they were having fun. Here's another fun one for you. Ryan Gosling came up with a memorable celebration for his Barbie director, Greta Gerwig, to help mark her birthday as Warner Brothers film maintains its dominance at the box office. The Barbie film's official Instagram account posted a video showing Gerwig getting surprised during what appears to be a Pilates class as a flash mob of Barbies and Kens pop into the room in honor of the filmmaker turning 40 on Friday.
Well, that's cool. And the movie's, I think, about to hit $1 billion.
$1 billion,
Have
yes.
any of you guys seen it yet?
No.
Oh, you gotta go see it.
I was talking to my closest friend, Steve, and out of nowhere, he goes, "Dude, saw the Barbie movie?" He's like, "It was unexpectedly awesome."
Ah,
This is
cool.
like not the guy you would expect to hear that
Yeah.
from.
I have
so-
not heard from anybody that has seen it personally. I've not heard one bad thing about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to go see it.
I don't know. I mean, they've taken such extreme lengths to capture that world. I would imagine it's seductive when you get in there and just see it realized, you know?
Yeah, and I just love that the plot line hasn't creeped out yet. Like, you
Okay.
guys haven't had any spoilers, right?
Not really. I mean, I'm getting
things.
some vague ideas and vagaries of what it's about. The post caption read, the message read, "As Kens know, sometimes the only way to express your feelings is through song and dance." The message went on to reference his character, saying, Ken Ryan sent these special Barbies and Kens to get Greta's birthday start Greta's birthday with all her feelings. The recording shows a group of Kens performing a dance routine to I'm Just Ken, which Gosling sings in the film. Then a number of Barbies enter the room, and they all team up to strut their stuff to Dua Lipa's Dance the Night, another tune that's featured in the movie. Gerwig exclaims that was so beautiful. She asked who sent them and was informed that Gosling came up with the flash mob idea.
Flash mobs were huge for a while.
Yes, they were. I love that idea. All right, looks like here's a flash mob for you. Another woman has come forward and accused Bill Cosby of sexual assault.
hell?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Singer Morgane Pickard filed a lawsuit in New York on Friday.
Okay.
What?
I remember that name.
Oh, no. She claims the comedian drugged her and raped her. Pickard claims Cosby used his power, fame, and prestige to sexually abuse her. Pickard alleges that she met Cosby in 1987 after he invited her on the set of The Cosby Show. After getting to know each other, Pickard says that she became close with him and his wife and claims that she looked at Cosby as a father figure. But further into the lawsuit, she alleges that he would often offer her to drink alcohol, claiming that the drinks made her black out on multiple occasions.
Well, that's the MO, right? Every single one of them.
Oh, yeah. He had a
exactly
system,
the same,
and it worked for him. She went on to explain that on one certain day, when she was at Cosby's house, she had one of his drinks and allegedly woke up in a hotel room naked with soreness. Her lawyer said that we look forward to holding Mr. Cosby and his enablers responsible for their actions.
How old is Cosby now?
80s. I want to say he's 86. Yeah. So Cosby's lawyer, Andrew Wyatt, previously denied all the other allegations against her client, saying that, it's disappointing to see that these allegations, the alleged distractors are able to monetize false allegations against Mr. Cosby. But that is another one to add to the very long list of
It's
accusers.
incredible. And he's out basically on a technicality.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I told you about this on Friday when we were leaving, Steve, but I had to put this into entertainment news. Lin-Manuel Miranda has reportedly lined up his next big theatrical project, as Variety reports that the Hamilton creator is apparently attached to a stage musical version of The Warriors.
What?
And while the project is technically based on Saul Urich's 1965 novel, it's not hard to see this new adaptation as part of a slate of recent theatrical projects that have made flashy musicals out of Hollywood films, like Walter Hill's 1979 adaptation of the book.
So the adaptation is pretty close to the source material, but what it becomes in the movie is pop culture legend. I hope that he follows the movie.
Yeah, it's the original is now available, I think, on Netflix, one of the streaming platforms.
Have you ever seen it, Case?
You know what? I have, only because you guys were talking about it so much.
Right.
But I don't feel like I remember how everything shakes out.
It's of a time,
Yeah, I know.
definitely, in its presentation. But what's cool is the representation of these gangs and their
Yes.
over-the-top outfits that they wear and the personas that they have. It's really
It's meant to be
augmented.
sort of a fantasy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's almost medieval in its
Yes.
approach. You have this battle to get back home to Coney Island.
Yeah.
But I must have seen The Warriors 100+ times. I love it.
You dressed like that for Halloween one year.
Several times.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it's
several
one of the
times?
Furies. Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay.
baseball Furies. Yeah. Yeah, it was a fun costume. So it's not clear what role exactly Miranda will play in the Warriors adaptation. His career has taken him pretty far afield from Broadway in recent years. 2021 saw him direct his first movie, Netflix's Tick, Tick, Boom, which is great.
Yep.
Well, he also is taking up a regular role penning music for Disney as well. So he wrote We Don't Talk About Bruno, huge hit.
He did.
Yeah, so
I wonder.
we'll see what he does with this.
Let's see. I wonder if they will cast like Swan and all those characters that way, and who would play them? Well,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah. All right.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
The wait is almost over for fans of The Little Mermaid. Deadline reports that the live-action remake will be available for streaming on Disney Plus on September 6th.
Okay.
nice.
So
Okay.
it'll be along pretty soon, which is really cool. So I am interested in seeing
It's funny because you can actually rent it now.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's crazy how this stuff rolls out.
Just,
now.
I mean, Preston. There's sometimes, many is the time I'll just go and look at like Apple TV and see what current releases are, and I'll go, that is still in the theater.
Yeah. Did
It's
you watch-
still in the theater.
Did you watch Guardians yet?
Yes.
Of the Galaxy? Okay,
Loved
good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Perfect way to end the for Preston, the 3-film trilogy.
Yeah.
Super well done.
Agreed.
It's been a while since a superhero movie has worked that well for me.
Agreed.
Oh, I need to throw some Bachelorette stuff in here real quick. How about
by the
that?
way,
You
there's
know what a fan I am.
there is a contestant on The Bachelor from this area who I believe went to her sinus.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Were you guys aware of this? Okay. Yeah.
The last name Lauer?
Oh,
Gary
no.
Lauer did not go to her sinus.
Am I going to get a rose or what?
All right, but no, Bachelorette fan favorites, Michael Alio revealed on a recent episode of the She's All Batch podcast
Oh, she's all batch. Every part of this is wonderful.
that he was offered the lead role for the 26th season of The Bachelor, despite the big paycheck, which he said was the largest one I ever heard or read about.
The largest one you ever heard about?
Yeah, he declined because he said money isn't something that motivates him.
I'm not motivated by money. I like gum.
What
I
kind
don't
of gum?
disagree.
Yeah.
I like bubble gum.
Yeah.
Big League Chew.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what motivates you?
Gum.
Okay.
So it's the usual protocol that the runner-up on The Bachelorette becomes The Bachelor, right? And then vice versa.
I think it's that. Yeah, they pick some fan favorite out of there, and then they give him the crown, so to speak.
These guys are just like slabs of meat.
So he said money isn't something that motivates him. He said
motivated by money.
he said I was just
I like
really
gum.
I was really scared.
like to chew.
He said I was really fearful of it,
Keeps my mouth moist.
as the idea of becoming the lead quote felt a little bit like a prison. He
Felt like a
said.
prison.
Yeah.
He's big. He's more involved than that.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to be a part of it.
So, Casey, there's a finalist named Joey, and he brought the Bachelorette to Collegeville,
Yeah.
and he's a nurse sinus grad.
How about that?
There you go.
Joey, last name?
Grazady?
Vlazagrazity.
Yes,
Okay.
one of those.
Rizm
is Alaris.
He's a tennis player.
Did you know your last name's the name for Sky Reezy?
So wait a minute. This is the current edition,
Yeah.
Casey?
Yeah,
Okay.
like as of right now.
Ursinus posted this just 5 days ago on their Facebook page.
Razzles.
I wonder if he grew up in the area or if he came from elsewhere to go to school at, or almost everyone that goes to Ursinus from this area.
Yeah, I would say, probably close to 95%.
Okay.
I mean, I know some people that like from Florida,
tell
but
you-
like I know 2 people.
This area,
Yeah.
Philadelphia, generates a ton of contestants on various shows.
Yeah.
Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, Family Feud. I've seen a ton of families from the general area. We are obviously a hot spot when they're going to look for contestants.
Game show contestants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it also says he's a diehard Packers fan. He's dead.
Interesting. Okay. All right, and then
I have
finally,
no problem with that.
Fine.
according to Variety, there's still some time to see Oppenheimer on 70 millimeter. The film's
Where?
70 millimeter run has been extended through the end of August at IMAX theaters nationwide, rather
Good.
than ending on August 17th as originally scheduled.
I would love to see it at an actual IMAX theater.
Get out soon, then.
Casey, did you?
I did. I couldn't hear shh.
Why couldn't you hear shh?
Because Nolan's mix is all over the place. I think he just goes too hard.
Oh, the dialogue you couldn't
Yeah.
pick up on. Okay.
This is something that he's mentioning that is actually well known, is that
Yeah.
he has his particular ways he likes his soundtracks mixed, and sometimes it's hard for people to make out what the dialogue is.
I would have a hard time with that then. My hearing is
Yeah.
poor, so.
Yeah, but what I discovered is that they offer subtitles in some movies.
they
So I may start doing that a little bit more often.
Probably won't be an IMAX, though. So, director Christopher Nolan said 70 millimeter is the best possible experience of the film because the sharpness and the clarity and the depth of the image is unparalleled.
Are those 4D studios? I mean, theaters still
Yeah.
running. So
yeah,
they have.
the one in King of Prussia still is.
And what's the? Do you remember the last movie they had in there?
No, I mean I just walked past there when I was there for Oppenheimer.
All right.
It's usually some sort of like superhero-ish. You
All
know?
right, yeah.
You're not going to watch 12 Angry Men
Yeah.
in that 4D.
Remains of the day.
We are now, yes?
Can I clear the air about this Bachelorette contestant? I'm so sorry. I did a little more digging. He grew up in Rofo, went to Springford High School, and played tennis at Westchester University. He
Okay.
now lives in Hawaii and is a Phillies
It's
fan.
way too much to know
Thank
about
you.
this guy.
There you go. We wanted
Yeah.
to make sure we got it all right because because his family lives here. So
Okay.
they might be listening.
All right. Well, we can now play the clips. Let's do that. A group of divers comes face to face with megalodon sharks in Meg 2, The Trench.
Yeah, man.
In this clip, director Lorenzo di Bonaventura lets fans of the first movie know what to expect from the sequel.
It really explores same universe in a way, but we're pushing the experience of it for sure. There's more shark attacks. There's more crazy ideas that we've tested out on the audience. And so I think the it's testing well, but more importantly, the audience seems to be relating to it very similar to the first movie.
Shut up, dummy.
Meg 2, The Trench is in theaters now, by the way.
You're excited for this, right?
Thrilled. Here's the next clip. Dreamin' Wild follows two brothers whose lives changed when an album they recorded in 1979 was rediscovered 30 years later. Here, director Bill Pollard shares what drew him to the story of Donnie and Joe Emerson.
Really, I was committed to kind of presenting or portraying the authenticity of this family. That's why I was doing it. The second chance story or the music were interesting to me, but that wasn't the reason I was making it. It really was the desire to flesh out this family.
I don't give a
We know anything about this?
Not at all.
I'm not sure. Is this a documentary?
I don't even know that was a real clip.
It's called Dreamin' Wild. Interesting. I wonder if that's the true story. If they recorded this in 1979 and then 30 years later, did they get hits out of this album? What What? What do you want from me?
What happened here?
Dream Wild is out in
I
theaters.
don't understand.
No, it doesn't look like a
No,
documentary.
it's got Walton Goggins in it, who we love, and Casey Affleck.
Casey Affleck, that's right.
And Zoe Deschanel. So it ain't no documentary.
All righty.
What's happening?
Should be interesting. All right. That is the last story in the entertainment news. We have a lot going on the program today. A few guests are going to be joining us from Saturday Night Live. Marcelo Hernandez is going to be checking in the 8 o'clock hour. We're also going to talk to this guy, Ron James. He's of the Mutual UFO Network. And he's got a new documentary. It's called Accidental Truth UFO Revelations. It's narrated by Matthew Modine.
We'll know from Stranger Things.
Stranger Things, absolutely. So we'll check in with that guy. And then also in the 9 o'clock hour, Margaret Cho is going to be touching base. And we love talking to Margaret Cho. So let's take a break and remind you that it is Tattoo Tuesday. So if you're interested in winning Preston's Steve-themed tattoo, text the word tattoo to 39333. All right, we'll see if you can win by the end of the program. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Something else. This one was...
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor
You
impact.
never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office. God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
But
this.
Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
You know, breathe and...
This chick has just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes, I hate it.
I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair. And lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
U2 frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes, that's
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. They had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first Man of the Year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
Do you wanna know
sexy.
what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
We don't even have any left. You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. It's a whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies, there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I'm sure, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. Providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him again?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have been put to sleep years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a good run.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes. Yes.
I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. and it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
And that scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, oh, no. And it comes back because, like, earlier, after when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him.
Yes. Right? Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
No. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene. You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer the, hey, everybody.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, hey. And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because because we needed him to. Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes, and it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what, and it switches back to him to go, that's me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and depending on who you hear it from, you always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh, God, what the?
And so
you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was he had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
We have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it now.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
he'd be underneath it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
As we said in the news earlier, obviously the weather came through last night, caused some problems.
Ripping through it was from Georgia, mid-Georgia to Pennsylvania.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's a pretty extensive storm front.
Yeah, no kidding. I got the alert on my phone. I forgot about what time it was, but I was driving. We were coming back from the shore, so it was like 6:30, something like that.
Yeah, that'd be about right. That's when we got ours.
And the alert goes off. I'm like, all right, great. What is this? And Nick actually pulled up a screenshot of the exact wording of that. If you received it on your phone, and it said emergency alert, National Weather Service, in all caps, tornado warning in this area until 7 p.m. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Check media.
Interesting.
I got the alert around the same time as you guys, and I posted this up on Instagram because I wanted to see if other people were experiencing something similar, and it was varied responses, but some people got hit pretty badly, and for me, it was just I was nervous because of the wording in the actual warning. I was like, all right, you got to go to the basement, and you got to do it now.
You know,
and then the storm came through, and it was lightning and thunder, but it was not anything terrifying, but the warning itself was a little, I don't know, it made my ears perk up.
I think I was right in that pocket, Nick, because you were talking about it, we were talking about it earlier, and I'm like, I'm watching, the news, and I'm watching the warning come up, and I'm like, well, I haven't quite seen it worded that way. Yeah. Should we go down to the basement? When you get the warning like that, how impending, how imminent is that threat?
It was really dark.
It seems to be imminent, right?
It was really dark outside when the warning came through, and then it got darker because the clouds, rolled in, and then, I don't know, 5 minutes later, the rain started. But Andrea was upstairs, and I was like, listen, hon, this seems enough of a warning that maybe we should just hang out in the basement for a little bit. I got the candles out. The power for us flickered a little bit, but it wasn't, you didn't hear like a train coming down the street like it would if a tornado actually were to touch ground.
So when I was growing up, you had two different things. You had a tornado watch and a tornado warning.
Yeah.
And the way that it was described then or defined then was a tornado watch where conditions were prime for a tornado to form.
Yes.
Then a tornado warning was a funnel cloud has been seen.
Yeah.
Now that's okay. We're in it. But it seems to be different now. Tornado warning now means that conditions are right. And they don't have, you know what I mean?
So I know exactly what you mean. It's like, okay, one has been spotted on the ground. It is in your area. Go down to your basement now.
Right.
As opposed to the conditions are are conducive towards a tornado. Right. Get into the basement now. I wonder, is it okay to stay at the top of the steps and wait till it plays out?
Before you go into the basement?
Yeah.
Stay
halfway
right there.
in, yeah. Because I don't know.
You might be afraid of your basement.
Yeah. Right. Maybe it's scary.
Some people are afraid of their basement.
Yeah. Are there monsters down there?
Probably.
No, warning is more serious than watch.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I don't think there are watches anymore. I never really hear of tornado watches.
Yeah,
I think warnings.
No, I think they still exist. Yeah, I saw Cecily Tynan explaining some of it last night or the night before. And so last night's was a warning. And I was like, all right, this is enough for me. I'll go in the basement.
But there was no tornado sighted.
Not that I heard of. No.
There was one that touched down.
Oh, really?
I remember
in our area.
I think, in fact, it was Cecily that might have said it. It was actually in Westchester, I think, briefly, or was seen coming out of a Wawa.
Oh, okay.
Did it hold the door?
Yeah, it just blew it right open. I don't know. It's weird. I think also. So this is something that we usually, or for the longest time, did not have, or maybe we're just better at knowing they're there.
Yeah. My question is, can you see them coming from a distance? Because I was on 55 when this Route 55 in New Jersey, when all this hit. I was about 10 miles away from my exit, and at that point, once the rain set, dude, what was crazy is you could see the line of weather coming at
That's
you.
wild.
You're
when
like,
that happens.
oh, there it is. Here it is. Here it's coming. All right, let me throw my wipers on now. And then boom, okay, I better put my hazards on and maybe go down to like 40 miles per hour. And then I was wondering, I'm like, dude, if there is a tornado, am I even going to be able to see this thing coming?
Maybe not. I mean, it all depends on the topography and what's around you, and
Right.
if it's flat, wide open, then maybe you can see it.
Right.
Both you guys are in cars at the time you get this warning, right? Does it make you think about possibly from now on towing a basement behind you on a trailer?
Oh, definitely. I'm going to get a trailer hitch in my car now.
I hadn't considered it until you said it at this very moment. Wow. No, but I did. So Rochelle and I were driving separately, so we're calling each other going, did you get the warning? Yeah, I got it. Okay, you call, Parker's at work, call him just to check in on everybody.
Right.
Call the kids, make sure they're aware of what's going on. So we kind of put this plan into action. It was like, what should we do? What if all of a sudden we see a tornado? Where should we go? Because we're on the road. And I'm like, we'll pull over at somebody's house and ask if we can come in.
Can we use your basement?
Yeah, can I use your basement?
Is your basement? Two questions. Do you have a scary basement?
Yes.
Yeah. And if not,
is your basement finished or unfinished?
Do you have a bar and a foosball table with you?
There's sump pumps.
I feel like I learned it on this show that like you're not supposed to go to like underneath like a bridge overpass.
Right.
Yes,
like
because it accelerates.
Yeah.
Right, like they do in Superman, because apparently that helps accelerate They say the best place to go is any room in your house where you have medieval weapons displayed.
Okay, that makes sense.
The thought always was you get under some kind of cover,
right,
and get in an overpass. But apparently that aerodynamically it causes wind to go through that accelerator, and you can get blown out of there, or maybe debris can get blown into there.
I just got blown under the bridge.
But they have said get in a ditch.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, that's quite common, Marissa. And in fact, a lot of places out, like in Texas or so on and so forth, they have these runoff trenches that are on the sides of the roads, and they tell you to jump off and lay down as spread out as you can. And
you go to someone's house. Excuse me, do you have a ditch I could use?
Do you have a ditch?
By the way,
we have a basement. That wasn't my question.
I want a ditch.
A lot of people are texting and saying that they were under tornado watch yesterday.
Okay.
And then a few people were able to get the warnings as well.
All right. Let me go to some calls here. I'm going to go to Don. Hey, Don. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks. folks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So I live in an apartment in Northeast Philly, not far from the Northeast Airport, and I didn't get the warning on my phone, but I heard the rain. The rain was coming down hard. So I walked into my living room, and I'm looking out across the street. The wind is coming from west to east, and I'm watching waves of water wash up roofs. Not down, not across, but up.
Oh, wow.
Down the shore, and you're watching the waves.
Right.
Because the wind was coming through that forceful that you could see undulations in the rain. Also, because it was pouring at the time. It's actually awesome and terrifying.
Don,
I agree.
That horizontal rain is kind of what you're talking about. And it's wild to see.
And vertical.
And vertical.
Thanks. Now, that is one of the best stoner laughs I've ever heard, by the way. Thank you, Don. It is. Listen, I am fascinated by the visuals of intense storms. I find it pretty cool.
Yes, from the safety of your trench.
Oh, most definitely. If you're in a ditch, then you're good to go.
You know what I do love, but I would hate to be on is when you're looking at footage of like a ship, that is like being tossed and turned, like not a boat, but a ship, that's being where the water's coming over this giant bow.
Yeah, like a big tanker or something like that. It's pretty wild.
It's astonishing. So I've mentioned this before. 2 hurricanes had crisscrossed.
Oh, jeez.
And we were on a ship. It was a passenger ship, the Olympia, on this way down to Bermuda. And I think because I was a kid, I was like, wow, this is awesome. And we were watching waves, swells that were going up above the promenade deck, which is obviously the viewing area. It was amazing. So I look back at it fondly. If I was there now, I'd probably be crapping myself.
Right.
Well, on a happier note, after the storm, so I drove through, I must have just been on like the tip as it was leaving. And right as I was passing the Christiana Mall, the sky was this beautiful golden color because it was like ending right around sunset. So I like turned around. I'm like looking at Cabela's, and I'm like turned around, and there's just this beautiful.
Oh, when the sun breaks over Cabela's, it just does your heart good.
But then more to the north, there were these pink clouds.
So
Wow!
Just to see Cabela's like that, suddenly the universe makes sense.
If only there was a Bass Pro Shop nearby, I'd get the double whammy.
Or I can get an umbrella rig for trolling.
But you saw elsewhere.
It was just beautiful. And then to the north, there are these pink clouds. And it was beautiful, like calm after the storm.
Yeah, sometimes when those big storms come through, there's really beautiful sky.
Gorgeous. And we've been getting double rainbows a lot. Yes, literally double rainbows in our area. Preston, earlier we played that song from the guy who passed away.
Yeah, Cha-Cha Slide.
Would it be worth making that part of the public address system just to focus people on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would tell them exactly what to do. Now go in the basement. Now everybody close the doors.
Chase after monsters.
Let me go to Taylor. Hey, Taylor, good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
Carson Daly's a tool.
After all these years. Yeah. What's up, man?
No, this is like the third time this year where me or my wife have gotten an alert that says tornado warning, and it's really turns out to be nothing. I live out in the Schwanksville area, and I'm kind of becoming numb to this situation. Whereas, do we go in the basement? Do we not?
I'm kind of with you, Taylor. I would, I think that it was more warranted tornado watches and not warnings because You know what I mean? The tornado never really happened.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a camper right now because we're redoing our house, and every little thing, my wife wants to run down to the basement with the kids.
Do you have a basement in the camper?
No. The camper's set up next to the house.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
All right, now, yeah, because when you hear tornado, I bet you think, well, there goes the camper, you know?
Yeah, yep.
Wow. All right, interesting. Thanks, Taylor. Appreciate it.
That's sort of my question about, about the conversation earlier, which is, where's the line of delineation where I'm watching it on the news. I'm like, it's stormy outside, certainly, but it doesn't look tornadic, you know. And do I just hang here or?
By the way, as he was saying about a trail or a what did he have? What did he have? What did
Camper.
He say? A camper. Those who do live in trailers, man, like you gotta. You
gotta drive it into the basement.
It is bad news when tornadic activity comes around because you hear all the time of tornado parks just being wiped
They're
out
gone.
completely.
They just get decimated.
Yeah.
And it always amazes me that they still continue to build these trailer parks in Tornado Alley.
Right.
Like, how do you get insurance?
Yeah.
For that.
I don't know if there's anybody listening who lives in a trailer and anytime that happens, what do? You just kind of hang out and hope that it doesn't come in your area, or do you actually flee and try to get somewhere?
Go to your neighbor. Use their basement.
Let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean, morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Love watching you guys on YouTube every morning.
Oh, we love that. Thank you.
Appreciate it, bud. What's up, man?
So I'm from York County. There's a tornado that touched down in Georgetown, Pennsylvania. So it wasn't a huge amount of loss. They were working off cars in the trees, stuff like that.
Cars in the trees?
Yeah, it was the wind or whatever blew a couple cars.
Oh, we lost you.
Wow,
man.
Man.
If you mean like cars up in a tree, that's not a
or
little
there
thing.
are car trees.
Car
where
trees?
you can go pick your car.
Oh.
At the beginning, in the fall.
Car trees. Those car trees do exist around there somewhere.
Okay. Sean, your signal keeps breaking up, so we're going to let you go, bud. But thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Let me go to...
Way to go car picking.
I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I don't know what it is lately. I mean, we got the warnings and everything. Yesterday, I watched my trampoline shake a little bit, but it wasn't too bad. But the past couple of times we got those warnings, that straight line wind that came through.
Yes.
That, my daughter's definitely afraid of storms now because it destroyed our swing set in our backyard.
That horizontal wind, I mean, as I said, they were saying yesterday, when that comes in and you see the rain going, horizontally, the wind is up around 75, 80 miles an hour, which I think is like a force hurricane level 1, right? I mean, that's pretty destructive.
It was bad. And then the one before that, they had there was a tornado that touched down in Crosswicks, Bordentown, New Jersey area. It's like literally I was watching out my back door, and I even had it on video where I'm watching it swirl around, and then you just see it hit the ground. But I could watch it out from my backyard.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man. By the way, he mentioned trampolines. Those things they can be just gone. Yep. If you do not chain them down, if you do not have them bolted into the ground, they can be gone.
They were showing footage from Glen Mills, and there was trees down. The furniture that was on the deck is like all pushed up against the fence. I mean, the stuff is just flipped over. I mean, and that got moderate activity.
We lost furniture one time. It was, standard patio furniture with the glass tabletop and all that, and the lighter stuff. After that, we bought the wrought iron.
Yeah.
Like really hard to move stuff, which sucks.
Yeah.
Because when you want to move furniture around and clean things up, they're really, really heavy. But we had furniture just go bye-bye before strong winds.
It will take flight.
Yep.
And didn't your table flip over and the glass break?
Yeah, it shattered. Yeah, we lost it. It was we learned our lesson.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Let me go to Matthew, who is a meteorologist.
There we go.
I'm going to explain some things to us. Hey, Matthew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy. So are you currently studying meteorology, or do you have a degree?
I have a degree in meteorology.
Oh, that's awesome. What do you do with that degree? What's your job nowadays?
So I work for a private forecasting company, so I provide client-based forecasts for people who need them, really. So landscapers, people who work outside, people who need to know, custom forecasts when rain's going to fall, stuff like that.
You must cringe when you hear me do the weather here because we just pretty much rip it out of the newspaper and I read it and we get it wrong all the time.
That's all right. It's all right.
All right. So what do you want to tell us about tornadoes and warnings versus watches and stuff like that?
Right. So I wanted to chime in on the warning conversation. There are two different ways a tornado warning, or two different reasons why a tornado warning is issued.
Okay.
So the first reason is radar indicated rotation, which means there is not a tornado on the ground, but there is rotation indicated in the storm for a tornado.
All right. So that makes sense. It's prime to happen.
Exactly. And that's like 90% of the warnings in our area are radar indicated.
So let me ask you quickly, when you see the conditions like that in the radar and you're seeing the turning going on and it's prime for it, do we assume that the vast majority of those actually then manifest in tornadoes?
It's not a majority of them produce a tornado, but it can produce a tornado.
It's close, it's close enough, I guess.
It could do it.
Yeah. So let me ask then, Matthew. When a tornado warning is issued, percentage-wise, how often does one touch down?
I mean, it's a tough question, but I would say 90% of the time it's not touching down.
Okay.
But the other way to get a warning, obviously, is if there is a tornado on the ground. And that's why when a warning is issued, you do have to specifically read the warning from the National Weather Service to see if it's radar indicated or if it's actually on the ground.
Okay, so the things that will help you to figure out where you stand is see if it's radar issued, right? And it'll give you an exact location of where it is actually on the ground moving?
Correct.
Okay.
But the radar issued that's not on the ground. That's just the swirling thing he was talking.
You get a swirly.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
It's a
That's
swirly
why,
thing.
a majority of tornado warnings in our area are just radar indicated.
Right.
And that's why people kind of get numb to the warnings, and after a while they kind of stop listening to the warnings.
Then that's problematic, right? I mean, so in areas where they, like, if you are talking about Tornado Alley and you're talking about people live out there, they're going to respond a lot more focused to warnings like that.
Exactly.
All right, now, Matthew, how about this? I just thought of this. The sirens.
Yes.
Are those only alerted or fired up when a tornado is actually on the ground?
Yes.
There you go. Okay, so you get the warning,
right?
But it says that essentially
identical
conditions are ready. But if you hear that siren, that means get ready.
Yeah, if you hear the sirens, you're in trouble.
It's too late.
All right.
So that siren means that in direct proximity,
somewhere in our area,
right? You have this tornado bearing down on you.
Yes. Yep.
Interesting. Or in the general area, maybe not bearing down on you. Exactly,
in your basement, waiting for you, because it knows that's where you're going.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that, bud. All right, we'll see you. Yeah, I grew up growing up in the Midwest. There was it was constant spring specifically. The sirens would go off all the time.
You recounted a story. You were outside the Tasty Freeze, sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog,
and all of a sudden the siren started.
Hearing the sirens.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
No, I would have to, when I was in my early days of radio, I had to initiate the emergency broadcast system. And it wasn't just test. I mean, like, actually issue the warnings like several times a day. Wow.
We have
I remember
audio
3
of
times
you,
I had to do
Preston.
it.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Tornado!
But me personally, I've never seen a funnel club.
We'll play the latest one from Train in just a minute, but right now,
But of all those years and living in that area, I never actually saw a funnel club. I saw ones that looked like they were about to start, but I never saw a full-on swirling. That is a tornado funnel club.
So have you ever? Never?
Never.
Okay, so I have.
Yeah.
And the one that I saw that was most classically a tornado was in Texas. Thankfully, it was across a huge swath of land, and it was way in the distance. But I could see, it's kind of wild to see it, Preston, that classic funnel. It was a thinner funnel down to the ground, almost looked like a dust devil on steroids.
Wow. So you would say that tornado was real?
It was real.
I want to go next
my God!
to Alexis, who has lived in a trailer park. Alexis, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. All right. So tell us about that, being in a living in a trailer and then hearing that there's tornadoes.
So I lived in Tornado Alley for a little bit. So I always, when I moved back to the East Coast, never took the tornado warnings because why would I? They never happen over here.
Right.
So I live in Aston, and I lived in a trailer park in Aston for a couple years. I got a tornado warning middle of the night. I was like, oh, this is nothing. We're fine. Nope, a tornado hit in Glen Mills like 10 minutes later.
Oh, my God.
So now we take them seriously.
Yes.
But fortunately, nothing happened to you guys, right?
Fortunately, no. But like living in a trailer, you're like, oh, well, okay. The only thing that happened was like one time I got, lightning struck and I could feel it in the house, like shock on my feet.
Right.
But tornado-wise, yes. Like I know the warnings are stupid now. Like I don't pay attention to them. But after that, it was something that I was like, you know what? Yep, maybe I should take these seriously.
Right. All right. So what's the plan then?
So we've recently moved. Thank God I don't live in a trailer anymore.
Okay.
So we live in a house,
Well-
but we just go right to the basement if that's the case.
But what if you did live in a trailer? What would you have done if you took?
We probably would have just went right into the bathroom. That's the only one that doesn't have windows.
Oh my God! So you stay in
the
it.
bathroom in a trailer, which is like made of paper. Don't they have wearable basements
I think
that you can slip into a basement?
They're working on the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure some people do, but in Aston, why would you?
Why would you? Why would you purchase a wearable basement in Aston?
All
It
right.
doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Alexis. We appreciate it.
This is
Have a good one.
Kids, put on your basements.
Let me go next to Heather. Hi there, Heather. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Heather?
How are you?
Awesome. How are you?
Awesome.
How tall are you?
5'4". So that we got that down.
All right. Tornadoes. We're talking about that.
Yes. I used to live in Tornado Alley also.
5'4".
I just didn't even wait for the warnings. I just, as soon as the watches happened, I took my kids and a couple of things and went to the tornado shelter on base.
Okay, so you're on a military base, and obviously they certainly have structures in place that are meant to withstand things. So, but yeah, in those areas, as I said before, that's not screwing around because you'll get multiple real destructive tornadoes, one after another. So you got to move your ass.
Yes.
All right.
They used to say, they're like, here she comes. It must be bad.
That's the last thing you want to hear.
Yeah, seriously.
All right. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it.
While you're trying to get your basement on.
Over next to Lisa. Hi there, Lisa.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Lisa?
I lived in Mullica Hill about 3 years ago, and there was a major tornado that hit. We received a warning that said, seek shelter, imminent danger.
Wow.
Yeah,
What do my husband and I do? We go to the front door.
Well,
I want to see this.
Hold 1 second. So just to be clear, and I think that's a large part of this conversation, is how do you know it's not just noise at that point? And you're saying it was absolutely clear that you were in danger at that moment, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Seek shelter immediately.
And then it
Okay.
said
So my
imminent
husband-
danger. That means now.
Imminent danger.
Wow.
So we, of course, thought, come on, it's New Jersey.
Go to the
We're in
door.
Mullica Hill.
Yeah.
My husband goes outside to the front door and sees the funnel cloud. We see it. And I looked at him and said, get inside right now. This is serious. As it turns out, so he takes a video or a picture, which we still have. As it turns out, that neighborhood was 2 miles from our house, half of it was destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah, I
by
saw
the
the
tornado.
aftermath of that. Driving down 322 through Mullica Hill, you could see the path of that tornado. I remember that ripping through the area.
So Lisa, a former coworker of ours, Robin, her area was decimated. We were just talking about it, and they're still There's still insurance things that are pending. They're still looking for, to get things reconstructed. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, there's another path of a tornado you could see going in. This was just outside, I believe, Ocean City.
Yep.
On the Garden State Parkway. You could see the path of the tornado. And then also in Ridley Creek State Park. It wasn't until I was walking through. I'm like, wow, what happened here? And then it was the tornado.
Did you mention that, Nick?
I was there like a week after it had happened.
Right.
And it's there's no mistaking what had gone through there.
Wow.
Even the raccoons are all.
I can't believe what I saw. It was incredible.
I'm
serious. I got to sit down.
Thank you for the call, Lisa. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, see you later. Yeah. Hang on a second. Let me go to. We can get another call, and we got to take a break here in a second. Hi, Tim. Morning, Tim.
Those tornadoes were real.
Those tornadoes were real.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so it's funny they're talking about this. I'm from Texas originally, so like I grew up with being around tornado sirens stuff my whole life, and even in college, my buddy and I chased one time, like saw the funnel forming, then it went up and hit like 2 towns over.
Wow.
So like since I've been up here, I haven't really had many like encounters where I've been like, oh, this is sketchy. So a good way to know, and this happened to my wife and I last night at our farm. We had our horses in, we're getting ready to let them out, and the tornado warning came on, and then it was probably maybe a minute of that going on. I heard up on top, the way our farm is set up, there's a hill up top, and that's normally where our horses go and hang out when it storms. And the only sound I can describe, it almost sounded like a really loud freight train or something off in the distance.
That's common.
And then so like that, when people are saying when should I know to like seek shelter or whatever, basically if it's warm out like it was yesterday and that temperature drops drastically, like it went from warm to super chilly really quick, and then instantly we heard the sound on top of the hill, and I don't know exactly what it was. I don't know if it was just straight wind going through or if it was the top of a funnel forming, but basically it got real, like you couldn't really see the top of the hill anymore. It was just dark and this loud noise, and luckily we had our horses in our courtyard so they didn't go running out anywhere.
So Tim, this was in a matter of seconds?
Oh yeah, it was like under a minute.
Okay.
My wife, the tornado siren or the tornado warning went off, and I said, hey, we just got a warning. And then she walked around and came down our stairs, and I was like, I think this is real. And we looked up, and like this noise.
Tornado is real.
Yeah. It was something like unless you hear it, you can't really describe it, but it was definitely the start of something. Luckily, whatever it was didn't fully come down. We went up after the storm. That only lasted probably. It blew through really fast.
Yeah. So you go out, you pull your horses out of the trees, and you go back home.
Yeah. And so we went up to the top of the hill and checked it out, and we had a lot of down trees. Luckily, nothing major damaging. But yeah, if you're ever in a storm and you get the warning and nothing's really happening, it's more of just paying attention to what the weather is
the
like.
Conditions are, especially that temperature drop. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. It got calm and the temperature dropped, and then we heard the noise, and it was just, So
always listen to your horses. Yes, absolutely.
It's pretty wild. When I was
have a wonderful day out there.
You too.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it, Tim. See you, bud.
When I drove across the country both times, there were 2 different times where I was in either the Midwest or when I was just out in Cadillac Ranch, because it is completely flat there. And both times, the wind, I couldn't believe the wind, especially when I was in at Cadillac Ranch, because it was nice and clear and everything, but I guess when it's just flat like that.
Case, that's when I remember doing a comedy tour I just mentioned this before. I was with a blind comedian, and we were going through Nebraska and Kansas, and we were in those flat areas. And I remember we were pulling into a convenience store press, like a truck area, and the dude is coming out of the door, and the door gets caught by the wind, and he just basically got whipped around like a wrestling move.
Damn.
I mean, that's how fast. Yeah. But you're seeing nothing that indicates that. There's no trees swaying in the wind.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow. All right. Well, it was pretty intense. It was very, very quick, though. The storms came through, but we did have obviously some branches knocked down, and that might cause some issues on the road today as there's still debris all over the place and down wires and a little bit of power out, but nothing major happened, but it certainly had the ingredients ready for it.
Keep yours, obviously as you're driving, you're going to keep your eyes out, but there's a lot of debris in certain areas that you don't think something, if you're rounding a corner, take things a little slower because there could be a tree down that you're unaware of. That's what happened to me this morning in the dark. I managed to avoid it, but yeah, tough.
Yesterday, right after it came through, I was driving home, and there was a windy road that I was on, and there was a good 15-foot long branch that was in the opposite lane, so I stopped and got out and dragged it off the road.
Good for you. Connor had to take the great Connor had to take 4 different routes.
Really?
To get in today.
To get around?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so it's going to affect us for a little bit. We're going to take a break, though. We're going to come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories. I got some good ones for you to share that came in over the weekend. So hang out for a bit. We got a whole bunch of guests. I'll tell you about them when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WML.
Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore, so they got to,
But
extra fresh.
I heard, judging by who you hear it from, that Danny Thomas would sometimes wear a priest outfit.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished. But the truth of the matter is, you were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and he, while picking up something to throw over to you, or throw you an umbrella, his lunch is on the table, right? With his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, "Oh, sweet mystery of life."
Yes.
So I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, "Oh, it'd be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass."
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
Is that Ailes?
Oh my God.
That big slob. The
hell is going on?
He just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen. Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to she comes into the room, he's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God.
It's gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no
Right.
professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
and
We're
he's-
looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So, in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
I got to take a breath here. Saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. In this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection, and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it
Great
as
handies.
the lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no
involved
handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that would
emotional
be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
The point of that.
There's
That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
This just in. The sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
Somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh,
what is it?
Let's see what
Play it.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I love little games. I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Maltin game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Yeah, so it's...
You going to pull up the cast?
Yeah, I was not expecting this. All right, so...
Mm-hmm. You're going to start with the star or a little further down on the list?
Where do you want me to start, Preston and Steve?
Key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list?
Yeah,
of
go
five
with
down?
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right, 5th one down?
Yep.
All right, 1, 2, 3,
Steve
4.
will probably get this.
5.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh. The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
From it was from Frasier's dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, say anything, probably. That's guess number 1.
That's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
That's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No,
From
that's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
6th down. You want me to do 6th down because it's a bigger name.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick? 'Cause
I don't care.
it's a
Just
bigger
give us
name.
another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No.
No,
Would be
because
Galaxy
the others
Quest.
aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. 2nd down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No. 'cause-
Not a comedy. How about that?
Oh,
comedy.
The Babe.
No.
The Bitch.
No, that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John
text,
Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they? Any
I'm not
guesses?
checking.
I'm not looking.
All right,
We
go
only
ahead.
look.
One more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub. John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it.
Coen Brothers.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now you can watch it, Preston.
Yeah, right.
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just need a
Someone
VHS
get a
player.
VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock. Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now, Spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay. There's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. It's a very there's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll
I
see
played
ya.
hearts and pinochle, and so spades is kind of like a combination of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut butter.
This just in. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We know it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go to Tyler. Has a record. Hey, Tyler. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right. I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Straight A's. You got so you're an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
Straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right,
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah,
for getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you
man.
the champion of then at that point?
Beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course, yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke Preston one
Before
time.
we do the Bizarre File, I want to remind you a guest that we had last week. His voting is up and running. I'm talking about Cheddar Whiz.
Yeah, love Cheddar Whiz.
The National Mullet Championship. He's 6 years old. His real name is Rory. And he's from West Pottstown, and he and his mom came by here last week, and so you can now vote for him. He's in the final, I think, 25 in the country.
Great smile.
Yeah.
Super competitive mullet.
Yep.
And also the cutest story. He was saying here he wanted if he wins, he wants to buy a llama, right?
Like legitimately,
Right,
they
like-
have a
like-
farm.
And we didn't know that. We thought, what a whimsical thing for a child to say. And not only that, he wants to buy it because his sister wants one.
So he will use the prize money
to get his sister
to buy a llama for his sister.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
Voting's really easy, too. You don't have to register or sign up or
good.
anything. Just go to WMR.com. We have the link right there. And if you guys recall, too, they said he needs donations as well. That's going to help him win, too. So
All right.
if you want
Okay.
to throw a couple of bucks,
And I think you can vote once a day, right?
I believe so, through the 11th.
Yeah. Okay. So vote for Cheddar Whiz. All right. And let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Powered by PGW, you can improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with PGW Energy Sense rebate, up to $1,400 in savings. With new home heating equipment, you can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. We'll start with this. A transgender Michigan woman has demanded her ex-boyfriend return her surgically removed testicles, which she claims he is keeping in a refrigerator jar. Brianna Kingsley filed an affidavit claiming that her ex, William Wachakowski, retains possession, quote, of my surgically extracted testicles preserved in a mason jar kept in the fridge next to the eggs.
All right. So listen, the balls belong to her.
Yeah.
Give her back the balls.
Yeah.
My one issue is
Yeah.
warm them up first, please.
So she says she demands the immediate return of my human remains specimen and damages of $6,500. The amount
Give me
is
my balls.
the maximum allowed in the small
back.
claim division.
My balls.
Kingsley appeared to poke fun at her missing gonads in a TikTok video last year titled "The Unboxing of D's Nuts." In it, she opens a box, removes a bag labeled a biohazard, smiling coyly as she puts her fingers to her mouth and repackages it, suggesting they were her removed testicles and ending with the triumphant dance, which, by the way, I didn't know you could take home bio waste with you.
I thought
after
that was
surgery.
over.
I thought they did not allow that
Like,
any longer.
Remember, they used to let you, like tonsils and stuff
I
like that?
told
I
you.
heard that qualifies as medical, hazardous medical waste, not
Yeah.
medical based.
My mom used to keep her toes, her pinky toes, in the car in a jar. They sold the car, and the toes were left in the car.
Well, that was a selling point.
They don't do that anymore.
Does this vehicle come with toes?
It was a car, not a truck. It wasn't a tow truck, right?
It was not a tow truck, Casey.
All right.
Thank you,
I
Lynn.
like big balls.
Wojciechowski said that he plans to use Kingsley's filing as proof that she has been harassing and intimidating him since they broke up 8 months ago. He told the local news outlet that Kingsley, quote, picked up all her possessions when we broke up. She took everything she wanted then. Wojciechowski, he also has some interesting points to make. He accused her of harassing him since their breakup, claiming she threatened to hurt him and showed up at his workplace. He said, I'll be telling my lawyer about this because it's getting ridiculous. In fact, he said, she's been harassing me ever since we broke up. I had to take out a PPO against her, which is a personal protection order. And the order bars Kingsley from buying a firearm and orders her to avoid personal contact and no third-party contact or social media contact. He said, I don't owe her anything. In October 2020,
I see his point, too.
Kingsley pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault and was sentenced 2 months behind bars after he pulled a knife on her then roommate on Christmas Day. So there's more to this story.
You always got to let it breathe a little bit. I'll tell you this, though. Good advice to your daughters. Always date a guy who will eventually return your testicles.
Return the balls, please. All right, here's a story out of Michigan. A fire department's barbecue event on Saturday. A 4-year-old girl was run over by a dog driving a golf cart.
Wait,
What happened to the orangutan?
A fire.
Yeah.
A firefighter.
Did you lent your car to the dog?
Was seated in the passenger seat of a golf cart when a dog was seated in the driver's seat. There was an arson dog named Bella, and the dog jumped down and hit the accelerator pedal, which lunged the car forward. The firefighter seated in the passenger seat was able to grab the steering wheel and veer it away from the crowd, but it rolled over the girl's left leg. Apparently. Taken to the hospital.
I could watch that orangutan video.
Oh my God, it's the best.
Over and over.
It is the best. I need to watch that as well. California authorities have captured 4 suspects in multiple break-ins at homes around South Lake Tahoe. It was a mama bear and 3 of her cubs. Now, you may have seen a story about Hank the Tank over the weekend.
Yes.
A bear. Well, they think that it may be multiple stories and that this mom and the 3 bears were part of this whole Hank
It's
the
like
Tank
a ring?
thing. DNA has confirmed the large female black bear and her 3 little accomplices were responsible for at least 21 instances of property damage since 2022. The mother bear and her babies were safely immobilized on Friday. The adult female, known to researchers as 64F, will likely be taken to a sprawling wildlife sanctuary near Springfield, Colorado.
So they're not putting them down.
But her cubs are going to end up at a rehabilitation facility in Sonoma County, California.
The hell did we do?
in hopes that they can discontinue the negative behaviors they learned from the sow and can be
Go to hell.
and be returned to the wild. 64F, who was outfitted with the tracking device earlier this year, is one of 3 adult bears identified last spring as being responsible for 150 incident reports, including property damage, and they had nicknamed the bear attacks Hank the Tank, but it turns out it was
It's a
this
female.
bear, maybe other ones as well, yeah. In the UK, at least 57 people fell ill with sickness and diarrhea after competing in sea swimming events at the World Triathlon Championship Series in Sunderland. About 2,000 people participated in the events last weekend, which included a swim of Sunderland's Blue Flag Roker Beach. They had test samples, or they will be doing test samples from those who were ill to establish the cause of the illness and any common pathogens. An environmental agency sampling at Roker Beach on Wednesday, July 26, 3 days before the event, showed 3,900 E. coli colonies per 100 milliliters, more than 39 times higher than typical readings in previous months. But British Triathlon, the governing body of triathlon, said the agency's sampling results were not published until after the weekend's events were outside of the body of water where the competitions took place. It said its own testing results passed the required standards for the event. The event was on a stretch of coastline that has been at the center of a long-running battle over sewage discharges.
That's just terrific.
Between campaigners and the government concerning regulatory failures. These people were swimming in diarrhea, man.
So I sent you an article. We may talk about it later, but it breaks down if you swallow seawater, what more than likely is in that when you're swimming.
I don't want to know.
All right, and then finally, we'll end with this story. A Florida man who previously hit a hole-in-one at a Florida country club ran out of luck when he was arrested for manslaughter following a June 28th incident. And the whole hole-in-one thing is what led to him being caught.
Do most clubs have that tradition?
Where you beat someone to death after you hit a hole-in-one? Robert Edward Moore, Jr., who was 76, was arrested for aggravated manslaughter of an elderly person after he allegedly continuously punched an 87-year-old man, ultimately leading to his death.
Jesus.
The charge stems from a car accident at the Glenview Country Club in the Villages.
Is there video footage of this?
Not of him beating him, no. When 88-year-old Dean William Zook hit what Moore believed to be his car in the parking lot. When asked to exchange insurance information, Moore allegedly punched Zook in the jaw with a closed fist, pushing him backwards. Moore continued to punch Zook, who attempted to put his hands up as he was struck multiple times. After the incident, Moore realized the car that was hit didn't belong to him, and he left in search of his actual car. So Zook, the guy who was beaten, spoke with deputies following the incident, but began to slur his words and stumble before an ambulance was called. Doctors later discovered he was bleeding from his brain. He ultimately died. After the incident, deputies attempted to make contact with an unknown subject inside the restaurant at the country club, but was met with negative results. And video surveillance of the restaurant showed Moore, this guy, walking out of the restaurant with a to-go order at 6:35 before entering the establishment again at 6:42, 1 minute after the parking lot altercation.
There you go.
Then a Google search, so they couldn't find this guy, but a Google search for Moore led the detectives to a news article from November 2022 referencing Moore scoring a hole-in-one at another golf course. And in the article's photo, he was seen wearing the same shoes, shorts, and sunglasses as seen in the club surveillance video. And he's also registered the same type of car that the guy had hit.
That's how they got Manson. There was a picture of him at a Frisbee football tournament.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
When asked about the altercation, Moore told deputies he thought Zook was trying to leave the scene of the accident. Moore said Zook put his hands on his shirt and arm, which is when he punched him. He's been arrested because he beat that guy to death. So
enjoy that hole-in-one.
Yeah, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a quick break. When we return, we're going to do a Zoom interview with Marcelo Hernandez from Saturday Night Live. He's playing at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow night. Show is sold out. Doesn't have to do the interview, but is checking in anyway, which is very cool of him.
So automatically one of our favorite people now.
We're also going to get Margaret Cho on later on and a UFO expert as well. So hang in there. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
When you run out of weed, you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mhm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point, I think, is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
What was that? I don't remember. Was that back in Oh, it was like a family sitcom, or
Squeaky, I hear you got a bad grade today. Why didn't you go out and kill a white pig?
I'm home. Look, that's
just
the
with
opening.
a crazy look on his face in the door. I'm home.
That's the opening shot. Oh God!
And they're at the Spawn movie ranch there.
Oh my God!
Wait a second. This isn't my knife. It's a melon baller. The voice in my head says we're going out for ice cream.
And then there's the episode where he carved the swastikas in their forehead. Oh,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You never like anything. I think it makes me look Nazi-ish. I just think it's going to be an issue when you apply for jobs. I'm much to my own drummer, woman. Now go kill someone.
All right.
Leave as little circumstantial evidence as possible. Who's laughing? He becomes aware of the audience. What the hell? Can't you hear that? Who are you?
All right.
That's on Bounce as well. That's the lead-in.
The show was.
It's Manson and Cosby for the Power Hour.
The show was syndicated in 1988, and various networks showed reruns up until 2014, when TV Land, Bounce TV, and BET all stopped airing the show due to the sexual assault allegations.
Cosby and Manson doing press together for the.
Oh my God! At a conference. There were a couple pieces of audio you wanted me to play, Steve.
Oh yeah. Yoko. I think she posted this on her Facebook account, Yoko Ono. She had an auditory reaction to President-elect Donald Trump.
Oh wait, is this?
It's real.
Is it words or is it?
You tell me.
It's an auditory reaction.
Tell me. In classic Yoko fashion, and this was a message to her followers, and I guess to her followers, this means something.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet.
Okay. You know what that sounds like? You know when you have a balloon, and you let the air out, but you put it in your mouth and you go, ow, wow,
Marissa,
wow, wow, wow.
can we find a balloon, please?
Do you know what it also sounds like?
Or no, I mean an actual balloon around here. Casey's got it. We need a real balloon.
A real man's balloon. We got
those
condoms.
are gigantic. Look at this.
All right, well, go ahead, blow it
It's
up.
a weather balloon,
It's
for
a
Christ's sake.
douchebag is what it is.
Either we have a tiny balloon or a Zeppelin.
It's a hot water bottle.
The hell is
this
that?
Won't work.
It might.
All right, try it. All right, try it.
He's going to pass out trying to blow it up.
Jesus.
And you know what? Preston is actually really good at just picking up wind instruments, so
Yeah.
you might be able to actually recreate this.
He might be a virtuoso.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it for him while he's blowing.
Okay. All right, stop.
Got it.
the hell's going on?
Trying to lick it.
Stop laughing. This is serious.
Yes, come on. You don't have to get it right up on the mic.
Maybe Yoko is talented.
Get it to squeak.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
All right,
Here we go.
Sounds like a heart.
No, gotta take it back.
I need a different balloon.
Not gonna work.
Go to promotions. Get me. God damn it! Give me a real balloon.
And where's those balloons I requested? Can't come out of a Green Day song into a balloon segment.
You can't come out of Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono into a balloon segment. Shut that bitch up.
Can you do the exploding Yoko for me, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, we're good to go. That's what she sounds like.
Her voice is hurting my ears.
It's just annoying. And please, the enablers.
Stop putting microphones in front of her face.
I would say the people that supported Hitler and enabled Hitler.
Who does she have around her?
Yeah, they're just as bad.
They're
so talented.
It's not doing the mouth thing. It's not with them.
Who the hell is doing that?
What was Nick, it was the balloon.
You gotta go like this, Preston.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Are you actually saying woo while you're doing that? No, stop that.
Why? It's added to it.
He asked you a question.
That's not hurting your ears? You would get you'd get a more pleasant sound if you ran over a cat with a lawnmower.
This is terrible.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, that's her take on the whole election.
Who's doing that?
Should we stop?
Yes.
See if you can guess what song this is.
See if you can what?
See if you can guess what song this is.
Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait, we may have invented a new game. Here we go. What? That's just rhythm. That has no...
It's a song you should know. Oh,
wait, that was Limelight.
Yes, it was.
Seriously?
It was pulling up.
Do it again.
It took me a minute.
Can you do Crash Into Me?
That's hard. I can try. Let me get it for you.
Here, wait, hold on.
Steve's going to do it.
No, I can't.
Oh, you're just blowing up a balloon for fun.
I just like to blow up balloons. I really, if you're having a prom or something coming up, give me a call.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done?
It's in there. It's in there.
Do we want to stay on sugary?
No, I need savory now.
Savory, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to savory. Let's see. Shake Shack is adding more chicken to its menu.
Okay.
It's just in.
Dude.
The Shake Shack adding more chicken to its menu. And landslide in Peru kills 100,000.
Hey, by the way.
We go down to Jimmy Kushevsky, who's at Shake Shack.
Are you leading with that?
By the way, speaking of landslides, they saved the 3 cows.
They did?
Yes, that were up on that.
How'd they get them down?
I don't know. I didn't read the full
They
story.
raised New Zealand.
Nick had it up earlier, but it was that New Zealand earthquake that caused a landslide, and there were 3 cows up on top of that little plateau.
Cows were terrified. They were full of milkshakes. Boom!
He was laughing at himself. He couldn't even get it out.
Wow. That's a horrible joke.
That's so good. They were filled full of
Milkshakes. Cows had milkshakes in them.
Because they were so scared. They were shaking.
I thought it was because the ground shook.
No. Hey, that's a good one.
It was an earthquake.
It was an earthquake, so they were full of milkshakes.
Got it. All right. Anyway, I don't know how they did it, Kathy. We'll fall into that later on. So anyway,
They shot him.
Back to Shake Shack.
He shot him and threw him off.
They had a helicopter with a machine gun on it.
They're saved.
The Ride of the Valkyries.
And the cows inside.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how they.
God, there's so much of a story here.
Went about it.
We have our cows inside.
All right. Anyhow, moving on. Back to the Shake Shack and the chicken.
Yeah.
We were speaking earlier this morning in our entertainment roundup about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being the sexiest man alive.
Yeah, I sometimes don't support those decisions, but I have to agree with this one.
You agree with this one?
Yeah, on a guy level to a guy, I would say that because he's a cool guy. He seems like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He seems like a guy who would hold you down.
Yes.
And take you.
Yeah.
And take you and make you realize things about yourself. That's what he seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I have not agreed with. Richard Gere, you would agree with, right?
Oh yeah, I loved Richard Gere.
Yeah, it's interesting what floats their particular boat every year.
They usually pick somebody who's got something going on too, as far as being in the public eye in a big project, and they're successful as well.
In 1992, Nick Nolte won it.
No way.
Yeah.
All right, what did that picture look like, though?
I don't feel so good. In 92, it would have been fine. It would have been the time, I guess, around maybe the Prince of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he's 51 at the time.
Yeah.
In 89, Sean Connery won it at age 59.
I have to poop.
There's a few
I
other...
have to poop now. So take your damn picture.
Take it now.
Take your picture now. I have to poop. He, I guess they were trying to show that an older guy could be.
Yeah, that was right when Last Crusade came out. And then Richard Gere won again in 99 at the age of 50, and Harrison Ford won in 98.
There you go.
At 56.
Stop thinking about that.
It was one of the more
poop.
Take your picture. Got to poop.
Long story short, I'm a murderer. My son is really into fish and fish tanks, so we bought one. I got one for his birthday, which was back in September, and it took me a while to get it up and running. It's the first time I've
remember
ever
you
owned
mentioning this.
Fish tanks seem like a great idea.
They
at
do,
the time.
and I'm actually overall really happy with the purchase.
All right,
I have a friend named Cheryl who's been really helpful in guiding me through some of this stuff because I didn't know what I was doing.
Are there a lot of fish?
Initially, there were 4.
Okay.
Initially,
well, Superman, macro, ice cream, and oh crap, a 4th one.
R.I.P.
No.
How big of a tank, by the way? How many gallons?
Like 29 gallons. So I went away this past weekend. I went up to North Central PA and came back, and Superman, who was the biggest of the fish, was dead.
Yep.
So, it sucked because I knew that I was going to have to make a decision, and that decision.
We're waiting to check in with Marcelo Hernandez via Zoom. We'll let you know when that comes up. Case, I don't know if you saw this or not, but by the way, there's after we do our Keenan's live broadcast for the official opening of the Jersey Shore, North Wildwood, a bunch of us head over to this restaurant in North Wildwood called the Surfing Pig.
You guys love it.
Love it. Great food, awesome cocktails, great view of the bay. It's wonderful. But they had this contest that was going on during the summer where they were offering up $5,000 if you could find a key that was hidden somewhere in the Wildwoods. And somebody found the first one.
Really?
And I think, if I remember, Casey, wasn't there a $10,000?
It went up to 15. So I think they were doing like once a month a $5,000 prize that accrued. If nobody claimed that first prize, then it became $10,000. And then if nobody claimed that, then it became 15.
Case, how many keys are we?
3.
3 keys.
3 keys.
Yeah, they have a treasure chest that the key opens up, and then you win. So here's the thing: the place where they found it, Casey,
shut up,
is just a couple of blocks from my house. It's just so it's the Cola family. John, Lindsay, Jack, and Natalie. Jack is 7 and Natalie is 5. They're from the Northeast. They spent 2 days searching for the key that would open the treasure chest at the Surfing Pig. The key was discovered in a statue at the Crest Arts Pavilion.
Oh, man.
by Jack, the 7-year-old, who was just the right size to weave in and around the statue and ultimately located the
Which
key.
statue is
I
it?
don't know.
Because there's one by you that's Albert Einstein on a bike.
Right. That's even closer to my house. So it's a different one. So there are these series of statues that Wildwood and Wildwood Crest and North Wildwood have just kind of put around as these cool little.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just neat little,
They look
pieces
real.
of art. They do look real.
Like Einstein on a bike.
Statues are real.
So there's 2 more keys left.
I don't know. I need to find out. It says, we'd have to check their website.
All right.
And see what the story is on whether or not they have another prize.
Did you try it all to look for the key?
I didn't. I think you sign up and they give you a clue and then you go from there.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
And I didn't do it, and I should have, because I love stuff like this.
It's right in your wheelhouse.
But I mean, the Wildwoods altogether, it's a big area.
Yeah.
And so this was just happened to be within walking distance of my house.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I thought it was fun that this family won and that the kids were involved in helping.
We should do that, but not really give the stuff away.
Not actually give the prize away.
But just get all the promotion out of it.
I've always wanted to do that type of thing.
You love setting up like puzzles like that.
Escape rooms and
Yeah,
puzzles
escape rooms.
and scavenger hunts and things like that. I've always wanted to do that type of thing, but I think the legalities involved are a little bit more than our company would want to get into. I don't know.
Could you see yourself ever entering into the business of escape rooms, or just as a side thing, or would a brothel be easier?
Brothel might be easier. You mean, you just got a few diseases to deal with, and then you're pretty good. No, I don't think so. I'm not a good business person. And I like playing those games, but creating them is very, very difficult. But
You could be contracted out with Sarah's husband, Jake, runs
Yes.
Exit 6.
Yes.
So maybe you just do a theme or two for them.
It's a great escape room. Where is that? What town in New Jersey?
I forget. Is it Collingswood?
I think it might be Collingswood. Yeah,
And you
really
said he's good
cute
stuff, right?
downtown area. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
great escape rooms. But I thought this was cool. That Surfing
That's
Pig,
awesome.
they gave it away. So there may be another one out there, but maybe I'll go look for this. Of course, now this one's going to be on the opposite end.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Yes, we on
Has the lottery and all that stuff, is that eclipse contests like this? You used to see stuff like this in like newspapers, and there'd be the big cash giveaway or the big bottle. There used to be a lot more of these contests. Is it pretty much now just
Probably.
the purview of casinos and the lottery?
Yeah, because I mean, online sports betting is
eclipsed it, right?
easy.
Yeah.
Buying a lottery ticket is easy.
Right. Yeah.
But following the clues and hunting down something is tougher.
Have you ever tried geocaching?
Yeah, we used to do it.
That's fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, so Steve, basically, it's like a treasure hunt where I find a key and I put it out in the middle of nowhere, and then you can use coordinates to try and track it down, and you get in the general area, and it'll be in the knot of a tree somewhere.
I love it.
It's online in part, but it's mostly like treasure hunting when you're out in the wild somewhere.
The ones that we did, Nick, usually had a little box, and inside of it was a diary or something like that, and you would sign it and say when you found it. And some people would leave little rubber stamps of their, their team or whatever.
You were putting swag out, right?
Yes. So we used
You
to do
actually
that.
did this.
Caroline and I used to do that. We would take swag bags. And we would leave them somewhere, and I'd take a picture, and I'd tweet out a clue as to where it is, and you could come by and find it. The only problem is those are like DVDs and things like that.
Yeah.
People don't want those anymore.
Right.
They're kind.
Yeah, but I've done that too.
The technology
A
is
VHS
obsolete.
copy of Mac and Me if you're up for the search.
I
But
do
I
with
used to-
concert tickets.
I used to put a DVD and a little thing of microwavable popcorn.
All right.
And some stickers and a cup or something like that. And I would say,
And a key of Coke.
Here's movie and a kilo of cocaine,
dude.
And here's movie night for you, But now it's like, what do you do?
This is a cocaine night.
I guess I could do cash,
You could do cash, but why?
but that's not free like the other stuff was.
2 things. First of all, Mrs. Cho, I bought a Mega Millions on Friday, and Mrs. Preston was there.
Yep. She patted the
Very
ticket.
nice.
Ticket and
So
goes-
now I'm the only one who hasn't been patted.
and I didn't win. Secondly,
Bitch.
Preston, I was out kayaking on Sunday.
What's that again?
I was kayak.
Kayak.
I was kayaking in Sunset Lake, and I went down this little canal with the seagrass was, and I looked over and I saw what I thought
pot of gold
might have been a key of Coke or pot.
Really?
Dude, and I'm like,
Casey.
What is that? Right. And it was pretty close. It was probably about as far as you are from me, Preston.
What was it?
Well, I turn back around and I grab my oar and I start moving it and I flip it around and it was just an empty. So the flip side, what I was looking at, the bottom side of this thing, it looked like it was drugs.
Right.
When you flipped it over, it turns out it was just an empty container that you would put like ground beef in or something. You know, so it was like that.
There's a ton of ground beef smugglers. who, they build these submarines, Preston, and they come in. Well, you actually reported on because this is so common.
Yeah.
That like these submarines and these smugglers will dump their stuff.
Yeah.
But
it's actually affecting the sea life.
Yeah.
That's getting
Cocaine sharks.
quasi-addicted. Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about cocaine
It's
sharks.
like cocaine sharks,
on Friday, and I had asked you guys, what if you found a pound of coke, just, wash up on the shore? What would you do? Would you even for a moment? And I know the answer for you, Steve, is absolutely not. Would you even for a moment just fancy the idea of perhaps selling it?
I would no.
When I was 22 years old, yes. I probably would have.
Uh-huh.
Now, God, no. Hell
give it
no.
away.
Absolutely not.
You
I
do
give it away.
Yeah. At the bingo.
I'm doing pretty well in life. I don't need this.
In addition to the lava lamp, we have a key of Coke.
Yeah, at 22, I might have been able to. I might have known somebody that might have helped me be able to move it. But at 40-something years old, I don't think I know anybody who would help me move that.
Call me.
Marissa's got her operation. That's wild, though. That's, because the usual thing that we see when we see this stuff washing up on shore and then the news reports, it's literally a bundle wrapped up, and then you can see, like, in a cut white, right? I mean, that's usually like the powder or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's in there. That's a standard thing. And so you thought you saw that.
Well, it was black. The styrofoam that was in the cellophane was black. So I didn't know what it was,
Right.
and it was shimmering and glimmering. I was like, what is that? I was actually surprised when I flipped
The shark
it over. I was
said
like,
it's Coke.
That's what that, okay, all right.
All right. Well, fortunately, Casey didn't stumble across a dealer's giant stash of cocaine in the Sunset Bay area or Sunset Lake
You could have
area.
sold it. You could have got your swim spa.
But you know what? I was clean. I did clean up. There were two empty
Dead bodies.
Well, no, but there were empty bottles of Fireball that I cleaned up. That piece of trash. Like I just,
You did good. You
Yeah.
cleaned up the environment and got rid of some drugs.
But like, just clean up after yourselves. And in fact, the bottles of Fireball, I'm fairly certain belong to these two people, to these two boats that they rented these pontoons. I almost said something to them, but I'm like, I don't know if this is theirs.
I'm going to kill you.
Well, and then there was another guy when I was walking off of the boardwalk one night. I saw this guy pour something into a Solo cup and then just chucked his trash on the ground. And I almost said something to him, but I was like, this dude will probably start throwing hands.
You should write a
even though
book
he's
called
an
I
a-hole.
Almost Said Something.
I know. But
I'm
saying something now.
Honestly.
Clean up after yourself, you freaking pigs.
No. Honestly, I know what you're saying because I will sometimes see someone do something along those lines like that. And sometimes it can be as simple as a cigarette butt, just throwing it on the ground. And I wrestle with myself. Do I go over and do I say something? Is it worth it? Will that actually impact this person? Will they stop doing this from here on out?
What if you let your gun do your talking?
Am I walking into a world of trouble? And,
Yes.
And then it definitely wouldn't be worth it.
I don't know if I told you guys this or not, but I was down at that gas station on Belmont before you get to 76, and there was a person who was smoking inside the car, and at the gas station put the butts outside.
Flick the lit butt out?
Yeah, and they were smoking, Steve. There was a person driving and a person in the passenger seat. They both were smoking at the friggin' gas station. Windows just cracked so they could allow a little bit of the cigarette smoke to escape from the car. And when they were done with both of those cigarettes, they just put them right outside the car. And I'm like, we are in a freaking gas station.
I believe there are warning signs against that all over the pumps.
But Preston, to that point, like I was coming out of because you can't pay at the pump there, which is really annoying. You have to go in every damn time. But I was coming out from the little vestibule, and I was like, do I say anything? And I didn't. And I've lived with it ever since.
I know.
I kind of want to. I wish I had.
You could have driven into them. That would
You're
be
right.
There was an accident on the Schuylkill on the way into work last week, and I sat in dead stop traffic at 4:30 in the morning for like a half hour. And the car,
flicking lit cigarettes out the window.
No, the car in front of me, this person decided to start cleaning out their car while they were sitting there and just throwing things out the window. And I'm like,
are you kidding? Out onto the street?
Yeah.
What is it?
And I'm like, I didn't get out and go say something. And
Here's what can I recommend you do something?
Yeah.
Get a generic badge. All right. And go,
shut up.
I'm on the radio.
Stop
I'm on the radio. I've been duly deputized by.
Well, the dude who threw the garbage where he poured whatever it was into his cup and then threw that on the ground, I immediately walked over. I was hoping he would see me pick it up to throw it away.
Yeah.
And that was going to be my statement. I wasn't going to say anything and then, perhaps shame him, but that didn't. He didn't.
Or you could do the old, hey, you dropped this.
Oh, yeah. I should have done that.
Hey, you just dropped this.
Oh, sorry, you dropped this.
Oh, you dropped your empty bag of burger meat.
I do that all the time in the city. If somebody ahead of me drops something, I'll wave them down. But excuse me, I think you dropped this. There's a trash can right there if you need it.
Are you lost, little girl?
The other day, I was on City Avenue and I was pulling up to a car that was stopped ahead of me, and I just see a bag of chips come out the window.
Oh,
I was like,
full
hey,
bag?
Ben, I probably empty. Probably finished. And I was like, do I say something? What do I do? And as I approach, I see that it's a little kid in the back seat.
Yeah.
And all the windows are down. And I debated, do I say something to the parent? Because he probably had no idea. She was sitting with her iPad watching TV and just casually, because it actually fell out the little crease of the window. And it was like a SUV. So when the window goes down all the way, there's a little line in between
saw
the
the same
jam.
thing. Yeah.
I was like, you probably had no idea.
Yeah, I was riding my bike behind a car down the shore, and just periodically I would see a napkin go flying out the window. I was getting pissed off, and then I realized it was a kid. Parents probably had zero clue what was going on in the back seat.
You folks are bad parents.
Yeah.
You friggin' scum.
Well, anyway, sorry you didn't stumble across all that.
I know,
you
man.
would have had
illicit drugs, Casey.
a little extra money in your pocket by selling those drugs, but you could have foiled the plans of a chop meat syndicate.
Yeah, that's right. Ground beef.
And we also learned the lesson that don't throw garbage out on the street or in nature. This is our world, correct?
Please. Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I'm pulling the plug on Marcelo Hernandez.
Yeah, we don't know where he is.
He was supposed to be in touch with us about...
we just had a great time-killing conversation.
Almost 15 minutes ago. Well,
I heard he likes the litter.
Let's kill another one if you want to, or do you want to continue on with this?
I think we should move on to something.
All right. Steve sent me a story, and I don't have it handy with me, but it has to do with the show. But Marissa, you did a live commercial read at the end of your... traffic for ticks.
Yes.
And Steve sent me an article about a guy on the show, Naked and Afraid. And they had to call in a medical team because he had a tick on his penis.
Oh, yes. I think it might have been more than one.
Oh, my God.
And apparently the deal is, as people have now, who are aficionados of the show, have learned, and we've kind of talked about it, ticks and things like that are drawn to the warmth and moisture that's usually there in your testicles and your penis region, or vagina, or your butt.
And your butt, too, right?
And it's a natural. And I got the story here, Preston. A big downside to sleeping naked in the jungle. The painful lesson unfolds on the upcoming episode of Discovery's Naked and Afraid Castaways. One castaway wakes up to find a hand full of ticks.
Oh, my God.
Attached to his penis.
Oh, my God.
And so at that point, I don't watch the show that frequently. I know they're incredibly comfortable with their nudity because they're naked and afraid. Yeah. But then they did call in this doctor who had to remove those ticks. Now, if you have the particular wrong, correct, or right, if you're looking to get disease kind of tick, you've got to be careful how you remove it.
Yes.
You don't want the head to stay in.
That's what I hear.
And so that's apparently what the doctor was called in to hold sway over.
I don't know what the latest is on ticks and tick removal, but I mean, growing up as a kid, it was always you can't just pull it right out because the part of it might stay in there, and then part of it stays alive, or I don't know what, or it gets infected, or I have no idea. I get usually every year 1 or 2 I'll find either crawling on me or one that has actually embedded. It's been a while since that's happened.
Did you have one on your junk?
On my nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Oh,
yeah.
Nut tick.
I was a little kid. I was probably, 7 years old or something like that. And I had to, my mom had to.
That's
to
your
remove,
nutsack.
Had to remove that tick from my nutsack. That was terrifying. But I can't even imagine if one crawled up into my butthole.
Oh, my God.
Oh, in?
Well, not all, internally, but into that fold, into the.
Where am I?
Into the into the sensitive zone.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There are loads of things out.
Oh my God.
There are loads of things, bugs and things like that that head to that area, that will crawl into that area.
That's your nutsack.
There you go.
And that should be something, if you spend a lot of time outside, as this commercial says, you need to be aware of this.
I got Lyme disease a few years ago, and the tick bite, and I had the telltale bullseye, bite mark on, and it was it was like above my pubic area, but pretty low on my abdomen. And I don't know, Steve, like if he was working his way crawling down south, you know, but there was no mistake.
Excuse me, where's the nutsack?
Once I removed the tick, there was no mistaking what it was.
Okay. And Nick, how big was the circle?
About yay big, I'd say. Like
wow.
Man, that's large.
Yeah. Well, it was concentric. It was like a target.
Yeah.
And there was the bullseye where the bite happened, and then sort of flesh colored area, and then a ring around that. And so once I realized what that was, I knew, in fact, that it was Lyme disease.
I'm curious about Lyme disease and if the ticks that carry that, which I think might be deer ticks, I'm not sure.
That's what I understand, deer ticks.
If they...
Deer ticks.
The moment that they dig their mandibles into you, are you their...
Bitch?
No, do you now have, will you get Lyme disease? Or
does it have question.
Does it have to be in for a certain amount of time? Does it have to swap blood with you somehow or another?
You're saying at the moment of attachment, is that when it's transmitted?
I don't think so, but I don't know because I'm not a doctor. But the other thing that I've read about Lyme disease, and I think that this is accurate, but if any doctors are listening, correct me if I'm wrong. Once you get Lyme disease, you have it in your blood for the rest of your life.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that, but and also, Nick, that there was a time, like maybe 20 years ago, so where treatment was scant.
Yeah, they would behead you
for Lyme
That was the
disease.
only way
No,
to
they
take care
wouldn't
of it.
behead you. They would not cut your head off. But they're now. Do you take a regular medication for it, Nick?
No, I took and I saw Dr. Mike right after it happened, and I went in, I got the medication, and it cleared up within 4 or 5 days or whatever. Okay. But it knocked me on my ass. Like I felt exhausted. It felt like I had mono, and it sucked having it.
Our friend Steve has, I believe, what is chronic. I'm not a doctor. Chronic Lyme disease that kind of comes and goes throughout your life, and you'll have a bout of it, and then it'll go away.
Okay.
So, and I don't know if that requires the taking of a regular medication. I remember though being terrified of ticks as a kid.
Oh yeah, Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever.
Sounded like a jug band.
Yeah. But that I actually read the history of Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever.
Oh yeah.
And I think I shared that on the Historian.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain ticks on my nutsack.
Yeah,
it killed tons of people, and they had no idea what the cause was.
On one side of a riverbank.
Yes.
On the other side of that riverbank, everybody was okay, and it was this weird thing where the environment was perfect on one side and not on the other.
That's wild.
Yeah. And in fact, when I was a kid, because we used to play out in the woods so much, my friend's mom, whenever he would get a tick bite, they would take the tick and then they would send it away. Really? To this lab or whatever.
I'll see you guys soon.
That would identify it and test it and get back to them and let them know whether or not they had to worry about Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever.
Okay. So method of removal was tweezers, and I for some reason was there a match as well?
Yeah, there's I'd heard that the heat will cause it to back out, or also alcohol or
nail polish remover. Was that one of them as well?
I think so. Okay. Well, let's go to some calls because we have some people who are offering up advice on that. Let me go to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you, sir. What's up?
So, I've spent a lot of time in the woods working. I've had plenty of ticks on me. I had one lodged in the side of my man boob, and I couldn't get him out. And my wife was gagging because I was trying to get it out with a knife. So I went to the hospital. I ripped the body off, and the head slid in. So I went to the hospital, and the doctor there literally just took a regular Q-tip. He dipped it in water. You could use, alcohol, or if you're in the woods, you can use spit, and you literally just go in a circular motion around the tick.
So you're sort of goring it out, right? Basically.
So it's like if you give like an Indian burn to someone, where you twist their arm back and forth.
Right.
It basically does that to the tick inside, so it agitates them and it backs them out.
Well, quick question as far as tick construction, and this is just for everyone in the room and anyone who knows the answer. Once the tick head detaches, is it a fully self-sustaining entity, or is the body merely its conveyance, or how does that work? How does the tick head proceed with business as usual sans body?
That's what I'm curious. I was always unclear on that. Maybe it's dead, but it's still in there. You know what I mean? And that it still poses a threat because of whatever the tick has in its body is bad for you, or I'm not really sure.
Right.
But maybe Nick, you can wiki that and see. We'll go to Mike next. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
Hi,
Mike. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was out tent camping my family one time, and get up and use the restroom, and I looked down here. I don't remember that freckle.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, right on the tip, and go back to the tent. Get the matches out, and I lit a match to it. Yeah, it burned a little bit, put it backed out, and
Wait a second. So you held them? Was it on your nutsack or your actual rocket?
mushroom.
Wow. Okay. And then so you held a lit match near your nutsack.
No, it was on the. It was on the
tip.
I thought. Oh, okay.
You said on the mushroom.
Oh, I missed that. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yes. So, and it burned a little bit, but it was okay.
Yeah, but it backed out. I took it to the doctors, and they had it tested for Lyme and all that, so everything was good. But it was just one of those things,
How old were you at the time, Mike?
Oh my God!
How old were you at the time this happened, Mike?
About 30s.
Okay.
30.
I don't know if I'd be holding a lit match to my nuts or to my boy.
Yeah,
Nope,
interesting.
right?
To my meat missile.
Down there for that matter.
All right, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. So Nick found this bit of information. What happens if a tick's head stays in your skin? It says that if it's stuck in human or animal skin for a prolonged period, the risk of tick-borne disease isn't increased, but the risk of infection is. If you are unable to remove the head yourself, ask your doctor to remove it as soon as possible. It says, will a tick head eventually come out on its own? It says, usually the answer is yes, but the body is unpredictable. Ultimately, you should never leave pieces of a tick on or under your skin.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
It says also how to tell if a tick head is still in your skin.
The singing.
It should be visible to the naked eye. What does a tick head look like on the skin? It typically looks like a small dark colored fleck.
Hang on, is that a tick right there? Listen.
It may also look like a splinter.
How would you've got to be really discerning to distinguish the difference between what could be a splinter or a tick head.
Yeah.
Right?
Tick head.
Tick head.
I like that.
I like that too. You tick head.
Tick head.
All right, I'm going to go to Chris. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning.
You're good morning.
Shut up. We have enough of those.
Hey, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
Good morning.
Good morning, guys and gals. Yeah, I just wanted to call and let you know how I got rid of my tick. Basically, my wife, the wise one, told me, put peppermint oil on it. I was like, you're crazy.
All right.
And sure enough, I put a big dab of peppermint oil on my cap where it was embedded. It was looked up and talked to her for 1 second, looked down, and the tick was backing out on its own.
No kidding.
Peppermint
Okay.
oil, I think I would have probably, so the other caller, I would have applied peppermint oil to my penis before I held an acetylene torch to it.
By the way, who has peppermint oil laying around? I mean, what do you use that for?
We do for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, my girlfriend likes to use it for headaches.
What were you saying, Chris?
My wife does. She keeps it next to her crystals.
Oh, Chris. There we go.
All right.
So it's a sort of a holistic kind of thing. So
That's
Nick,
exactly
it uses
Thanks, Chris.
It has properties.
She rubs it on her temples. She keeps it next to her crystals. Go figure.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe here. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Preston, Steve. How are you?
Not too good after reading the description of your phone call.
Let's say it's Jill. Okay.
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 All right. What's the story?
Went away on a bear hunt and had a good time with a woman.
That's the beginning of a Beach Boys song.
Yeah, I was married.
Okay.
I came home and I was getting this burning sensation, and I'm telling you, it was the first time I've ever done anything with another woman since I was married.
Oh my God! This, by the way, this burning sensation is coming on the tippity tip of the tip.
The mushroom.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? Oh, Jesus.
So
I
what
had to go to the doctor. It got to the point where I couldn't handle it anymore, and there was a tick in the straw.
So a tick had worked its way into the mushroom.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Forget it. Why go on living?
4 stitches.
4 stitches?
Jesus. Oh my God. So So do we have any idea? Can you give us in inch wise how deeply embedded it was? Did you get any indication?
I didn't care.
I did not care.
Were you awake and aware for this procedure?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
Yes, but not.
That
it's not something I brag about.
I can imagine. That's insane.
Well,
dude.
that I've never heard of it going in, and I think stitches.
No.
Jesus.
Forget
All right,
it.
You win, Joe.
Case,
Thank
you had
you.
him on your finger.
That's crazy, Joe. Thank you, buddy. Wow. Okay. Well, this guy, this naked and afraid guy, he had like a handful of them all over his unit, and I didn't even think of crawling inside there. That's just, oh my God. I hate ticks. I just hate them with passion. But you know what's crazy is like I don't fear going into the woods because of them or going into areas that are like knee high of grass and stuff like that or grasses. You just get out and kind of do the inspection, do the one over, and make sure that everything's good.
So when I'm out, if I'm doing something like that, I wear clothes where I can see if there's something on the clothing. I don't have to worry about my hair on my head. But when I go inside, I take off the clothing and I shower to make sure.
Okay. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing. We do need to take a break, or maybe not.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. We do have to take a break because we have guests who's coming up in about a little less than 15 minutes. So let's come back in a second with that. And by the way, he's revealing that UFOs are in touch, like they have landed, and it's actually a documentary that's narrated by Matthew Modine.
Yes,
which is available. So we'll talk to him when we get back. And don't forget, we have Tat Tuesday. Text word tattoo to 39333. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked.
The Struts.
Super connected to it? Does he?
Well, it's his. I don't know. It's his fish tank. It's in his room. He picked out all the fish to go into the tank. So he's been very active in the decision making process. He named all of them.
I would get attached to my fish. Like I would be sad when they would die.
Yeah, and they don't really have a ton of personality, but they have some, and then you sort of figure out which ones stay at the bottom and which ones come to the top.
Which ones never move.
Which ones never move.
And
Which
just
ones
sit there on the bottom.
Which ones hide behind the little hut at the bottom of the thing.
Which ones decompose.
Which ones decompose. Which ones eat other ones.
Yeah.
So I took Superman out with the little net and put him in the toilet and flushed him down, and he went to fish heaven.
Yeah.
So this was over the weekend. It's now.
Where's that coming from? It's so damn loud. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
So it's now Wednesday, and I have yet to tell my son. And so I don't know. Here's the quandary. Do I inform my son of what has happened with the fish and teach him the lessons of life and that death is a part of life and that we move on? Or do I just go out and get a replacement fish and pretend like it never happened?
I tell you what is an easy swap out is a turtle.
Yeah.
Those little turtles.
There's a great storyline in the movie My Blue Heaven. Joan Cusack accidentally knocks a turtle into the garbage disposal.
Well, speaking of the garbage disposal, about 2 years ago, actually it was a Christmas present. Santa brought Jace a betta fish, a pretty red betta fish. And I was cleaning out the nice vase that the betta fish lived in, and I put it in like a little cup, and that damn thing jumped out of the cup. I guess I filled it up too high and went into the sink, and Jace is sitting there. I remember he was eating lunch and he was sitting watching the whole thing, and I was like, oh, the fish, and I was like, don't move, don't jump, don't flap anywhere, because he was in the sink.
Yes.
So I tried to cover him with my hand so he wouldn't go down the drain. Well, he did, and I freaked out, and I was like, he's down there, he's still alive, what do I do? So great idea. I turned the garbage disposal on.
Oh my God!
What am I gonna do?
What are you?
You're a
Oh my
murderer.
God! My child is trapped in the wood chipper. Turn it on!
Steve, And he is staring at me, watching the whole thing with these big eyes. What
could possibly make you think that
you could reach down in there
I did.
and get
I couldn't
it?
find him. I couldn't.
Oh,
find
you couldn't
him.
see him?
No.
Use a flashlight?
No, I couldn't find him. It was like, and it was so fast. Like I was like, oh, I'll just turn the garbage disposal on, and I quick hit the
to put it
switch.
out of its misery?
Yeah, because he couldn't breathe.
Listen, at some point,
Can't breathe.
If you could not find it, because believe it or not, at the bottom of the garbage disposal there is a ridge that goes, or at least in mine, and if it got under there and you couldn't get it out. What, are you going to let it suffocate?
Yeah. But it's a fish, right?
I know, yeah.
And is there water in that disposal?
No, it's dry down there.
Oh, okay. Then I misunderstand.
I didn't know what to do. Poor thing watched the whole thing. And
Quick, turn it on.
Quick, kill it. Kill it. Mommy wants you to kill it.
I didn't know what to do.
Jace, we're going to teach you a lesson now. You have to turn the garbage disposal on.
God, no. Stop it.
Kill it. Come on. Spartan mom.
Is that for Kathy?
Me? Are you kidding? Everyone here is freezing.
You guys all have coats on, don't you? Look at all the ladies are all putting their coats on.
Has coats on.
I'm cold.
Then you should put a coat on, Kathy.
I have a coat and a blanket. You should wear a T-shirt if you're going to sweat constantly.
He doesn't sweat, though. His pits have been shut off.
Well, he's hot as hell. Take your jacket off.
Oh, and that's just
I put one on. You take yours off.
She said it. She said it. I knew it.
He's hot as hell.
Hot as hell.
You said it. There's a little.
Oh, no. I slipped.
There's a little struggle with the thermostat here in the studio this morning.
The main struggle is that it doesn't work at all.
Well, that's the problem. Casey complains
it's not accurate.
that it's all the way up. It's like it's mental for him. He sees that it's all the way up. Meanwhile, it's still freezing in here. It does nothing to move it, and then he moves it down, and it becomes an icebox.
I think the thermostat was made in another country because cold is spelled cod and heat is hort.
Kathy, there is an official sign on the thermostat.
I know, but Casey, I can't take it. Literally, when you walk in here and it feels like an icebox, that's ridiculous. I'll work with you, but it's an icebox.
It's only an icebox when you're in here.
No, that's not true. Look around. Everyone is bundled up because it's freezing.
She is making a point. They are bundled up. It's
cold.
What if you both made love?
Ew. Hell no.
Would that help?
Stick me in an icebox and let me die there.
Wow. So I'm taking that as a no.
By the way, do you call the refrigerator an icebox?
No.
Okay.
The refrigerator. I can handle refrigerator temperature. I can't handle icebox temperature.
Wow. Is your friend here? Is your
I want to
monthly friend
curse.
here?
I want to curse so bad. That's how effing cold it is in here.
Is your friend we call your friend Daredevil?
No.
Always.
Not yet.
It's coming, isn't it?
Well, here's a question. I mean, there you have needs. What if in space and long missions, if you're taking care of yourself, what does that look like? Right? I mean, because there seems to be a whole bunch of ports in that thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to fit.
This looks good.
I don't know.
This looks like Lisa Ann.
Somebody's had to have done that, right?
Of course.
To bang people. How in all the years and people up in space, you mean to tell me someone's never rubbed one out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying somebody's had to have done that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're on the space station for a year at a time.
That's actually what caused the Apollo 13 issue.
Right.
It wasn't, the mixture wasn't correct.
Oh my God, we have a problem.
What did you do?
I mean, what about like
I didn't mix the fuel right.
What about like actual sex?
I don't know. Maybe
there have been men and women up together.
There was a married couple that went
a
up.
married couple up together. So yes, there would have to be.
That's the first thing you have to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
The 50 Mile High Club. You kidding me?
I mean, if we're talking about serious long-term space travel, it's going to be a part of it, right? So, like, eventually, if we're going to colonize on Mars, that has to be studied.
It's just not talked about.
Kathy,
They're just not talking about it.
You would the hand you would consider with those huge space gloves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about it.
All right, okay. This is really big. I can do this.
A bigger hand doesn't make it better.
No, I mean talking about not getting any mess on you. Anyway,
Kathy uses Hulk hands at home.
But in order to do that, because you're in zero gravity and you're floating all over the place, you would.
You'd have to secure yourself.
You'd have to have something to hang on to.
Because they sleep basically.
One would be strapped down. Yeah, they tie you in.
Strapped to the wall.
So they'd figure it out. I'll bet you if there was a married couple up there, it was part of their experiments because they're up there doing experiments all the time.
If they're doing poop and pee and all of these things that they're trying to perfect,
come on.
they're going to perfect what is a human necessity.
And I have to see video of this.
Various positions, I would imagine, right? To try and figure out which ones are the most...
We are attempting doggy style.
Yep.
Proceed with doggy style. We are having a little bit of issue here. We're going to take this outside the craft.
Odyssey, have you tried the cowgirl yet?
69. Tried the cowgirl yet? 69. In 3, 2, 1. We have achieved 69. Yeah, this is Houston. We got you, and everything's looking good. I would grab her ankles a little tighter in an effort to solidify head position in the appropriate groinal area. And we got that.
All right.
NASA can reduce sex to completely mechanical.
Totally. Sex experiment.
Tell her she's a pretty girl. Tell her she's a very pretty girl.
Please welcome from The Last Witch Hunter, Elijah Wood and Rose Leslie to our program. Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good to see you.
All right, so you're in hyper promo mode for this. You're on tour and doing,
Hyper
promo mode because it's coming out.
Yeah, in fact, you guys are leaving.
Initiate hyper promo.
I like that. Yeah.
When did you get into Philly? And you guys are leaving later on this afternoon, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We got in late last night. Well, not that late. No, we kind of landed around about 7.
Yeah, we landed.
Yeah, we didn't land. We definitely
No, the
didn't
train
land.
just
We
sort of
arrived.
like arrived to the station. We took a train
I
from
flew
New York.
in, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's what you both got here is the essential point of the
Train
whole thing.
landings are very strange.
Well, let's talk about the movie a little bit, and then we're going to geek out on you guys because we're fans of a ton of your work.
Ah, cool.
But The Last Witch Hunter, so Vin Diesel is starring as this main character in this.
Yes.
And there are a lot, like I said, there are a lot of names. There are you two, and also
Michael Caine?
is in this
Right.
movie as well.
Yes.
But this is an original story. This is one that we haven't come across before. It's not coming from books or franchise or anything along those lines.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about what the whole plot line of this film is.
Vin Diesel's character, he plays Calder, who is an 800-year-old immortal witch hunter.
Okay.
And he's basically keeping black magic at bay. So black magic is illegal.
Right.
And that would be the scourge for which would be a danger to humanity.
And they're good. You are a good witch. No, not in an
Not
Oz
in the
reference.
Glinda variety.
Yeah, you're not in the Glinda variety, but he is reticent to do so, but you prove an ally to him. And you, Elijah, are an ally because you are. How's it pronounced? It's a Dolan.
A Dolan, yeah.
Right, not as in Mickey Dolan's, but in
Wait,
right.
isn't that don't they do deliveries at home?
That's a doula.
That's a doula.
A doula.
Yeah. But you are there's an order of priests, correct?
Yes, correct.
That provide protection to these to this immortal character that Vin Diesel is playing.
Indeed, yeah.
Calder.
So basically, Dolans are priests in a long line of priests tasked with serving Calder, the witch hunter, and basically aiding in the background of his effort.
Are you obviously? Preston's been geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And I know Elijah, you are a big Game of Thrones fan.
Huge Game of Thrones.
Was that a detraction while making The Last Witch Hunter that
It
you
was
were
that Rose was going to be in the film? Yes, it was.
Totally, right?
It definitely was. Yeah.
Yeah, I had read the books, and
I'm such a nerd for it. I flew to Belfast once, and as I was landing at Belfast Airport, I literally was humming the theme song. That's how much of a
wow. Yeah,
wow.
I'd read
going to the land of Game of Thrones.
Reading the books, I loved the character Ygritte in the book, and then they eventually presented you in the show, and I'm like, oh my god, they hit it spot on. She's a badass. You're sexy and at the same time, and where now for your guys' scenes, obviously you're north of the wall. Where was that? Was that in Iceland or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we shot in Iceland, and I think for those three seasons that I were in, we were there for like a solid 4 weeks, and it was amazing. I mean, we were shooting in ridiculous temperatures though, something like minus 18, where we, like as a crew, we were getting paranoid that the lens would start freezing over, and then we wouldn't be able to shoot. And particularly in the kind of winter months, I mean, we had four hours a day of work, so we kind of like. We worked from 10 till 2, and then we just carried on drinking.
Let me tell you, it's funny because Preston is unsure as to which of you to geek out more on. But Rose, you take the
baton on that one.
Yes, on this
Yeah,
one.
big time, man.
I just
I was going to geek out about Elijah.
do it. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
No. I mean, I just the whole series, the Game of Thrones series, has been. Man, you got to wait too damn long.
That's the only problem.
For the next.
I always dread the finale every
do
season.
too.
Every season. I'm like, please, I just don't want to watch it because I know that I'm going to have that inevitable feeling of something won't have been tied up, something will be teased, and I have to wait a damn year for it.
Well, you look at something as Herculean as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but every Christmas season, it was a new one was coming out.
Yes.
Let's get it together, folks. This may be just wiki BS, and I didn't realize this as I was looking. But Elijah, were you in the Forever Your Girl Paula Abdul video?
Yeah, that was the first job I had as an actor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, that ruined me for all other videos because I can't.
Where is this? I want to see it.
It's on YouTube like everything else.
And you can tell it's you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's a good song, man.
All right.
It was directed by David Fincher before he started making movies.
Let's see if we get our next one up or not. Is this going to be on the phone or is this
on the telephone?
On the telephone.
On the telephone.
Yeah.
Supposed to be, or they were already supposed to have called in by now.
However, though,
that's why I say we're 0-1 SM now.
Preston, this gentleman does have highly sensitive information.
He does.
Perhaps he was taken out.
Maybe there was a robot.
Yes.
In the room.
Sent from another dimension. Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know. But he's going to talk UFOs.
Yes.
And
or not.
It's a new documentary, or maybe we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Or maybe we'll talk about what he might have talked about had he called in. That's a Monday for you.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Except it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
Monday-est Tuesday ever.
I did it again. You know, I actually missed a dentist appointment because I thought.
You know what, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, yesterday or the day before, I woke up for the first time in a really long time at 5. It was Sunday morning. I woke up at 5 in the morning. And I was like, I am in so much trouble right now. I thought that I was late for work.
Yeah,
I got
up
out of bed, ran into the bathroom, like started brushing my teeth and splashing water on my face. And I was like, oh my God, it's freaking Sunday.
Oh man.
And
it's the worst.
Last night, Nick, at 7 o'clock, I'm like, I turn on the TV and I'm like, Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune?
On Sunday?
Where's America's Funniest Home Videos?
I mean, it's a good problem to have.
It is.
I like having the Mondays off.
But I'm clearly a moron.
God, but those days when you wake up on the weekend and you think it's a work day and you have to hurry up and get going, and then you find out at some point it's horrible. It's just the worst.
The flip side to it is, like, if you wake up and you do realize that it's Saturday or Sunday and you're like, oh, I can go back to bed, that's a great feeling. But on Sunday, I completely panicked thinking that I was already late for work.
Do you know what? I think I've lost the ability to go back to bed. Like, I can't. I mean, unless it's on the very rare occasion, my internal clock will kick in on days off, and I will wake up naturally around 3:30 and then kind of go back. However, if I wake up, 5 on, I'm staying awake. Yeah.
I was wondering why I had a hard time waking up this morning, Nick, and I just realized that I had turned my phone alarms off because my phone alarm is set for every weekday. And because we were off yesterday, I turned it off, and I forgot to turn it back on.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, maybe all of these interviews were scheduled for yesterday.
Wait a second.
And today is Tuesday.
Son of a bitch.
I'm clicking on.
Casey's going to check on that.
You are booked.
Oh, boy.
Hang on. Tuesday, August 8th at 9:10 a.m. Eastern Time. This is, I will not stand for this.
No. That's it.
I'm sitting right now.
All right. Ron James, that's the author, yes.
Should we talk about UFOs before leading into this, or what?
Here's the deal.
I don't.
There are too many words. Every time these things.
Too many words.
There are too many words. I've been reading
What
about
happens to grunting?
these Senate hearings, and then anytime I try and get some sort of explanation as to what's going on, it's like pages long. I don't have the time to read redacted and
I have good news for
non-redacted. You know what I mean?
We have an interview scheduled with a gentleman who's going to clarify all of that.
this?
We have an interview scheduled 5 minutes ago.
But we
For
don't
10
know
minutes.
what time frame he's running on.
That's true.
What part of the solar? But
if he's on if it's on the other end of the black hole.
all right, I'll just go off on this tangent.
Okay, please.
I watched an hour-long special last night about Pluto.
Yeah.
Did you know?
What?
Pluto's moon is almost as big as Pluto itself. Its my main moon is almost as big as Pluto itself, and stays always in the same fixed position.
Okay.
As in other words, it's basically like if you were to hold like a tether with a ball on it. It stays at the exact same spot in the sky all the time.
Interesting.
Which is kind of what I did not realize.
If you were on Pluto, it would seem like
you would
it's in
see the
same
moon
spot
constantly
all
in
the
the same spot all the time.
Okay.
Which is kind of wild. Then I had no knowledge that we have really good high res photos of Pluto from I forget which satellite it was that passed.
Voyager?
No.
New Horizons?
New Horizons,
Yeah.
right.
I didn't know that. I just looked it up.
And Nick, look at the pictures and the
Bill.
resolution of Pluto. I mean,
yeah,
I'm pretty much in the loop.
Yeah.
I
Right.
would like to think, celestially speaking. Look at these. Are you calling them up for a presidency?
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Did you know we had pictures like that of Pluto?
I had no idea.
And where are those pictures I was supposed to see?
I mean, it wasn't discovered until 1906.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel a little bratty saying this, but I'm kind of bummed out that like our moon is so boring and plain. I wish it was after watching like Avatar and seeing like what
Pandora, with
Pandora,
large 14-foot tall blue people living on
and
it.
what they get to see in their night sky, and
Well, I'll tell you what.
I wish our moon was Europa.
If you had the opportunity to go to a, that's a beautiful. That's an Anne Murray song.
Yeah.
I wish our moon was Europa. Europa, by the way, is supposed to be the moon that generates life. Would be very accommodating towards life in our solar system. So it ends up in 2001 as being one of the potentials. Did we talk enough about space?
Did we talk about what?
Space and Pluto, and I mean, no aliens, but
well, I guess the guy's not calling in, man.
Well, and the dude that we booked this through, he should be texting us to say, hey,
who's the dude?
Art.
All right, Art's a good guy.
He is a good guy.
Should we get Art on the blower? Let's interview Art.
Yeah.
How do you end up blowing so many interviews?
I would love to interview Art. I've been working with Art for a long time.
You ever met him?
And I've never met him.
Have you ever even?
I don't even know if I've talked to him on the telephone.
It's all been email, right?
I talk to Alan Rummelfanger all the time.
How do we know that Art is even real?
I've talked to Art.
That Art is
You
real.
just spoke to him.
Because he'll call in, and every week that we get an interview, we get multiple interviews a week with Art, and he'll go, "Hey, Casey," and sometimes I'll go, "Oh, it's Marissa," or sometimes I'll just roll with it.
Okay.
I think Art texts me thinking that I'm Casey half the time.
Yeah.
Because I'll get texts from Art saying, "Hey, we got to wrap it up."
I don't think I've ever gotten
Yeah, right.
an email from Art. Have you, Preston?
No, I don't even know who Art is.
Art Sears.
Well, I have something completely different. Obviously, we're not going to
Listen,
talk.
we have to detach. It's done.
We're
it's
not going to
dead.
talk to him.
And the
which is too
aliens
bad because
have
it says right here that this movie includes interviews with government insiders and argues that the presence of another advanced extraterrestrial intelligence engaging with humanity is being suppressed.
Yes.
And it's narrated by Matthew Modine.
Why him? Do you think because of Stranger Things?
Yes.
Okay.
And also he was available. No, because the only reason this becomes is very important because obviously there's a lot more credence and a lot more latitude given to these things, and that's why we're interested in it.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Given the two.
Yeah.
All right. Which do you have more belief in? UFOs and the fact that they have landed and had communication with us, or the Loch Ness Monster?
Aliens.
The aliens.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think I'd go with aliens, too. And I don't believe that we've had contact with aliens, but I think more so than Loch Ness Monster.
Well,
the reason I bring that up is because the largest ever search for Nessie is getting ready to happen.
So I was reading about this. Yeah. This is by far the most comprehensive.
Yes. We can finally shut these people
to
up.
find Loch Ness, the Loch Ness Monster. Now, what the organization says is their goal is to raise a lot of money and produce no results.
Right.
Okay.
So that is their goal, is to raise a lot of money for research and produce literally no results.
They will be using modern technology like drones and thermal imaging to scour the waters in a bid to finally unlock
How
the
about
mystery.
instead of drones, how about submarines, radio-controlled submarines?
Look under the water.
Have you ever been to Loch Ness?
No, I've never been to Scotland.
You know what? When you stand there, no matter what your level, and I'm like, I don't know,
it's huge.
It's a crock of crap. When you stand there and look, and it's inky black water, it's like...
And it's hundreds of feet deep.
I wonder. Because the basic consensus forever has been that it's what they call a plesiosaur.
Right.
That it's, that one has managed to, by some sort of shifting of of tectonic plates and so on and so forth. Is that one is in there, and there's all
Well,
sorts
how
of...
could it just be one? Because that thing would be dead by now, right?
Nah.
So it's got to be a couple. At least.
Plesiosaurs lived for millions of years. Each one of them.
I didn't know that. Now, I have been to Lake Champlain, and they have their own
Champy.
Yep. And there was when we went to the Vermont Teddy Bear factory.
Teddy Berry.
And the lady that was helping my children build their teddy bears said that she saw Champ. And I said, "You are straight up bonkers."
What did she just say? What did she say she saw?
Yeah.
She said she saw Champ.
All right, so what did she describe Champ as looking at? Was it a ripple in the water? Was it she saw a fin? Or was it standing there on the beach, putting its blanket down?
It was playing the banjo. No, I wish I could remember all the details. The only detail I remember is that she said she saw Champ
All right,
to
so
my children.
If you've seen the footage of the Loch Ness monsters and all that stuff, or the various pictures, there's some that have been around forever. Listen, there's as they say, more than you can possibly comprehend. But it seems like during all this time, we would have found it.
And especially now in this more modern age, and the fact that if this thing needs to breathe, it's going to come up from time to time, and somebody's going to see it.
Yeah.
You know?
And our minds, our eyes plays tricks on us all the time. Hell, I thought I saw a bundle of cocaine in the bay the other day.
You thought you saw a dune puma?
A dune
one
puma.
time.
Yeah, it was a beach panther.
The funniest thing is that people on cocaine more than likely do see the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah, right? So when you see something bobbing in the water, when I was kayaking the other day, not only did I thought I saw drugs, but also I saw this thing that kept popping up out of the water, and I was like, "What is that?"
What body of water were you in?
I was where I was kayaking in the bay. It was a stick.
Okay.
It was a stick that I saw.
What is that?
What is that?
Kill it! I'm gonna die!
It was a stick.
Yeah, I'm out here on the water. There's a monster's gonna... It's a stick.
Who was the comedian that said...
That would be a waste of time.
The comedian that said, maybe Bigfoot is just blurry?
Yes. That's another one.
Listen, by the way, with all of this stuff, I love it. I watch all the specials. I get a great kick out of it. It's fun to play along with it. But, I mean, there's a show that apparently is paranormal or just weird. Here's footage. They have the experts that are going to sit there and dissect this footage. And they're literally a father and his son walking through the woods, and there is a guy, a man, a human man in human clothing, discernible to my eyes about 150 yards away.
Yeah.
That's Bigfoot!
Right.
What? Why not walk over and ask Bigfoot if he's Bigfoot? My wife and I were looking like, what? So you'll convince yourself of what you want to
Sure,
do.
most definitely. So here's what, with the Nessie, with the Loch Ness Monster, budding monster hunters are being urged to enlist in the largest search since the 1970s. The Loch Ness...
Which yielded incredible results. That's when we found out it was there.
The Loch Ness Centre in Scotland is calling for volunteers to join up for the hunt. The new surface water search for Nessie, planned for the weekend of August 26th to the 27th, is billed as the largest of its kind. Numerous theories or explanations have been put forward over the years, including that the creature may have been a plesiosaur.
Yes.
A prehistoric marine reptile, giant eels, or even swimming circus elephants. That's another one, that classic photo you see.
They believe there's circus elephants in the Loch?
They claimed that a circus was in that area at the time, and they were letting the elephant in the water, and that's its trunk coming up out of the water.
That makes sense to me.
And if you look at it from that perspective, it kind of does look like that. But if you also let your eyes, if you think of it as a further away shot, it looks like a dinosaur head coming up out of the water.
The water will play tricks on you, the refraction, the light, all that stuff. Now, it does not mean, listen, I keep my mind open to all these things, and what we know and what we don't know. But in this case, I remember seeing that story, Preston. That was something that was not known, that there were elephants in the Loch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Loch Ness Center said that its team will deploy drones equipped with infrared cameras so they can produce thermal images of the water from the air. A hydrophone will also be used to detect acoustic signals under the water.
Who's there? Is this the Loch Ness Monster? Goddamn right it is.
Volunteers will be asked to keep an eye out for any breaks or other movements in the water with
You have a Scottish accent.
Guidance from experts on what to look out for and how to record findings.
Preston, you remember the Leonard Nimoy series In Search Of?
Loved it.
Right, it was great. And you remember at that time they were dragging sonar equipment behind boats. They were doing all sorts of, even at that time, the state of the equipment at that time, thermal readings and all that stuff. So they've been doing this for years. Now, the interesting thing is when I went on my vacation in the summer, we were along the Danube. And we went into this kind of mini aquarium. And you know a sturgeon, right? You know, the fish. You know?
Yeah, they're huge.
Right. So I had no idea that, and they have a replica of how big sturgeon can get.
How big can they get?
The size of like a great white shark, like that big. And what happened is by putting the locks and dams along the Danube, it shrank. They became smaller to negotiate getting through the locks, and just by sheer evolution, they became smaller. But when I had no idea they could get that freaking big.
Yeah.
So you see something like that, you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, they're freaky looking animals.
They're freaky.
Or if you've ever seen what's called an oarfish before.
Yeah, which is, they say, portends disaster when you see an oarfish.
Yeah, it's supposedly really bad luck, but they look like things out of mythology. They're so bizarre looking. Yeah.
No. Have you ever seen a grown man please a camel? Have you ever seen sperm whale resting whales?
No.
So they will get together like 7 or 8 of them vertically in the water, so that they're pointed up.
Okay.
Just like hovering in a semi-lucid state. Nick, if you can call up a picture of
this is the resting?
Yes.
Okay.
I never knew. So look at there we go.
That's wild.
There's a picture of it.
Looking at some photos of divers around these whales. Pointing straight up. That's interesting.
That looks like Stranger Things when the bodies are just kind of floating there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a lot in this universe that we are unaware of. So the potential is always there. I just think in a confined body of water, no matter how huge Loch Ness is, with all this time, it seems goofy.
So just this week, Loch Ness monster hunters were spurred on by findings from a new study that it could have been a giant eel and not a dinosaur.
Is it possible for an eel and an elephant to mate?
An elephant.
An elephant. The elusive Nessie continues to confound scientists and enthusiasts alike.
Just get it.
But new research appears to rule out the eel hypothesis due to its apparent size.
You know, there's in the Highlands and the moors and in England, in general areas in forests, there's always been this legend, this rumor of a large sort of a cat, like on the size of a panther.
Yeah,
and over time, they've sort of figured out that there are cats that in general just might be a larger, feral cat.
I saw there's a small hill behind my house, and one day I looked up there.
What did you see?
I thought I saw a panther, okay?
All right.
Not a putty tat.
Not a putty tat. I thought it was black, and I thought it was a black panther, not a cougar.
No.
And way out
not
of place.
a revolutionary.
Black panther, and it scared me for a moment.
Really?
Yeah.
It was just a cat. I just
you had no context.
There was some perspective that made it strange, but I mean, for a moment. I had fear run through my body. I don't know. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't understand it. But it looked like a goddamn panther.
Well, what you
behind my house.
What you
just
experienced,
a cat.
Yeah, is exactly apparently what many of the people who have reported seeing panthers, like around Manchester, have been seeing.
Yeah, and that was it. It was, I guess it was kind of a larger size, but it wasn't like a giant cat. Once I saw it, once it moved and started walking away, I'm like, oh, it's just a cat.
Was it at dusk or was it?
No, it was full lit daytime.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, my eyes didn't register. They say that witness testimony is usually the least accurate,
least reliable,
and least reliable kind of information you can ever receive.
I know me. I wouldn't trust a goddamn thing. I thought I saw. Yeah.
So I told you guys off air about this dog I found on it was a stray dog on a bike path that I was on.
You sure it wasn't a bison?
No. But what I didn't tell you was that as I was, I don't even know, maybe like 200 yards away, I thought it was a turkey. Okay. And I mean, as I'm getting closer, I'm like, this is a weird looking turkey, And I'm getting closer and closer and closer. I'm like, well, turkeys don't have 4 legs.
Remind me never to accept a Thanksgiving invite. What are we eating here?
It was a
This
beagle.
looks like a collie.
We're going to have to get that story from you at a later time, Case. We're not going to have time for it. I do see that we actually are going to have our next guest on the line.
By the way, the one guest who was punctual and delivered, and of course, anyway, our favorite to begin with.
Yes, we are now 1 for 3 as far as guests go today. And we love it because we've had her here before. She's an awesome guest. And she's talking about the Live and Livid tour. In our area, she's going to be in Red Bank at the Hackensack Meridian Theater. That's October 20th. You can get tickets at margaretshow.com. And guess who we have on the line? It's Margaret Cho.
Hi.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. You were the third interview and the only one who actually called in today. So we appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's a mutual appreciation society. So
It really is.
you're on tour. And I assume that the tour has already started, correct?
Yes, I've been on tour. We started a little bit ago, and it's been going great. And I'm thrilled that because we're locked down for so long.
Yeah.
So this is wonderful to be back and doing live shows, and I'm going out and seeing live shows, and so it's been fantastic.
So you, I first became aware of you obviously through stand-up, and that's always been. And it's funny, the people who do it and do it well, regardless. Obviously, you have an acting career as well, and other things, TV shows that you've done. Foundationally, the stand-up still remains everything. Is that the case with you?
Absolutely. It's the best job because it's just, to me, it's where all my friends are. I still go and hang out at comedy clubs all the time. And it's just a lifelong profession. I really get a lot out of it. It's really exciting. So, yes, we love it. I love it.
Is traditionally, Margaret, is a tour, I mean, because obviously you have your specials released as well. Does a tour more than not end in you shooting a special or doing a special based off that tour?
Yes. Ideally, that's really what happens. So I think that this will be with this. So it's about the midway point, and then we'll be shooting it probably at the end of it, maybe next summer, I think.
Awesome.
We don't know. I don't know. Something like that.
Margaret, you mentioned yourself going out and seeing shows. What type of things do you like to go out and check that are live?
All stand-up comedy. So I got to see Kumail Nanjiani. I got to see Sarah Silverman. I got to see, I just go to see Wilco. I go to see, they're not stand-up comedians, but they're funny guys too.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of things that I really get excited about. And so I am a lifelong concert goer. And not a festival, though, because I have a problem with the porta potty. What other people have done.
Oh, I agree with you 1,000%. Yeah, that is a horrific lab experiment, those porta potties.
Even if your all-time favorite band was playing, you wouldn't go because it was a festival show?
Just because it's kind of also if you go to a VIP and then you have to share it with other famous people, that's truly distressing.
All right, so tell us, what celebrity wrecked a porta potty before you?
I don't have proof, but I think just think about the monsters of rock. Think about the biggest bands you've seen. I've seen it. So I just. I don't want to ruin my own illusions about these rock gods. So that's the one thing where I draw the line is festivals.
Speaking of the rock gods, and I follow you on Instagram, and you did post a story about you were at a David Bowie concert in 2003, and you wore a particularly extravagant outfit. Explain what happened.
Well, I actually worked briefly for Bowie in that tour, the reality tour. He wasn't doing press for it, so he had taken some of my writings about him and released them as his press. And so that was sort of my quasi work writing for him. And then he invited me to a number of the shows on that tour. So I went to go see him, and I was wearing a full Chinese emperor outfit, like the full yellow court outfit, without the headpiece, because I'm not going to wear the whole thing, but I wore just the entire gown.
Oh, that's crazy.
And huge platform boots and star shorts as a nod to Starman. And he was so excited that he told Ellen all about it the next day, but they cut it out. Again, but then I also am very good friends with the, at the time, showrunner who told me all about it.
Well,
that was what a blessing.
One of the greatest concert experiences of my life was seeing Bowie on the Glass Spider tour. Peter Frampton.
Ooh.
Yeah, and there's a case to be made, and people have made it that Bowie was from another planet, or that there is, of course, the footage that was making the rounds on social media of him predicting the ramifications of social media and other things. And then a clip of him popped up on the Ricky Gervais show from a few years ago, doing comedy, so adroitly. So what was your relationship like? Any particular stories besides that you were able to experience with Bowie?
Well, he really liked my comedy, which is such an incredible vote of confidence, that he was very into comedy. He was definitely from outer space. I think that's probably what the government was talking about last week when they're like, oh, there's aliens. It's David Bowie. Right. Obviously, they were just talking about David Bowie. So I loved him. I think the world has never seen such an amazing artist. It's because he was from another planet.
Yeah. Who else does anyone else occupy that status as far as your fandom when it comes to rock gods?
Prince,
okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
Prince, just because he was so incredibly majestic in appearance, and also if you've got to see him play, you were forever altered. The incredible genius. I love him. I love Elvis Costello.
Oh, yeah.
I love Tina Turner. Cyndi Lauper is a good friend who I've toured with, who just nothing touches what she can do as a vocalist. Nothing. She's such a rock star, as is Joan Jett. Joan Jett is, just phenomenal.
You're speaking our language. Yeah, I mean, Joan Jett is phenomenal. The documentary that was 2 or 3 years ago on her was sensational.
So amazing.
You ever been in a band, Margaret? Do you sing or anything like that?
I am a singer. I have been in many bands. I'm in a band with some of the members of Wilco. We're called Bros Before Shows.
Oh, really Bros Before Shows. That's
very
great.
Fun. It's total vanity project. I've been in bands with people like Fiona Apple. We have our own little no-name bands, just under my moniker, and I do love a bit of rock and roll. So I'm very pleased to do that.
I wanted to ask you, because you're in you have a friendship with Quentin Tarantino, who's also big, highly focused on music. And you talked about going to these events in the VIP section. Are there celebrities or people that you will hit the concert scene with, or is it do you make it more a personal experience where you don't want to be distracted?
I make it a personal experience. To me, it's like I'm going to church in a sense, So I love to fly solo. I'm a solo traveler. I'm a solo artist. I'm a solo going to concerts person.
Yeah.
I just do that, even if I'm buying a ticket, I'll buy one and just go. For me, it's really about experiencing, being one with the music. It's just like the way that I've always done it. So I think that to me is very much my style. Although if I was going with Quentin, it'd be great because before he makes the movie, he makes a mixtape.
Yeah.
And that's how he knows how the movie's going to come out, how it's going to play out, and what songs he's going to try to get in the movie. So he has got great taste in everything.
That's really interesting you said that about going to concerts. Now, I've gone to movies by myself. I've gone to dinner by myself, things like that. But I've never been to a music show, a concert, all alone.
I could see that.
What would you give as a tip to someone who's never done that type of thing but may want to go do it?
I think feel self-conscious, bring a pad and paper, and then you look like you're a rock journalist.
There you go.
You're a rock critic.
That's a good way to do
it. To get in Almost Famous, like it's very, it's for Cameron Crowe.
Yes,
That's what I would suggest.
Don't bother me. I'm writing an article. Right. That makes sense. I wanted to mention also you do a lot of charity work, and I wanted to bring up Pups for Cancer, which I think is amazing. Explain what that's about.
We just want to get the word out. We want to get the word out, and people knowing that that animals are such a huge benefit to learning and growing, like emotionally, and knowing that something like that can really help your health. So animals are so important. I have all of them are laying on my body right now. I have 3 cats and a dog, and so we just want to get something awareness out there and help people who are suffering with cancer, help us all survive it.
Yeah, there is proof that there is a benefit to having animals around if you are sick or you're dealing with any kind of disease, that it can have a very restorative aspect to it. So yeah, there's science on that. If people don't believe us.
Yes.
Excellent.
That's right.
All right, well, listen.
They help us, we help them.
Margaret, we'll get the word out about your gig on the 20th of October in Red Bank at the Hackensack Meridian Theater. It is always nice to catch up with you. You can go to margaretshow.com to get the tickets. So we hope you have a great day, and thank you so much, Margaret.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon. Margaret Cho, guys! I like her.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Big music fan. I didn't know she was in all those bands and did that stuff.
I mean, yeah, so it's funny because, Preston, we were talking about the Bear season 2, and I was just raving about it. I think it's a perfect season. I don't know if you have not watched The Bear, I cannot encourage you to watch it enough. It is a great show, but the way music is weaved in and throughout season 2, Preston. I mean, Nick, big
I know
Pearl Jam segment.
I'm so far behind. I haven't watched that. There's a bunch of other ones. I am getting caught up on Gemstones.
But Nick, in the very last episode, there's a Pearl Jam song that comes in.
I've heard
at a moment that's like, dude,
yeah,
boom! It's really cool.
So to that point, when it's used that way, when it comes in, there are multiple times where the exact right song comes in during the Bear. And you're like, wow. And then you hear the song differently,
They used a song I hadn't heard in a long time. And I was like, no way. It was Supernova from Liz Phair.
Yes. Oh, my God.
And I was like, whoa. I'm like, that was out of nowhere. I thought that was really cool.
I love that. I love, when Layla comes in Goodfellas, those are, when you apply like Scorsese's a huge music fan. We were talking to Quentin Tarantino. Obviously, the people behind The Bear using these songs, spending more to do it because it elicits a response. But it's awesome.
John Hughes did music right. There are some people that know how to use it.
What's funny is I rewatched Inglourious Bastards for the first time in a decade or so, and it's interesting to me how Tarantino will use contemporary music in a period piece.
Yes.
So it's like rock music when Hitler's on screen, and you're like, well, but it works. And it works in part, I guess, because it's a Tarantino movie.
Baz Luhrmann does that. Baz Luhrmann constantly works in. And he does it throughout the Elvis and the Great Gatsby movie, where there would be contemporary mix-ups with period music.
Hidden Figures did it, but it was with original music. But it took place in the early 1960s.
Yeah.
But they used this real modern music, and I was like, that was a nice composition, the way they worked them together.
They did that. First time I remember them doing that was it's not that great of a movie, but A Knight's Tale.
Yeah.
When they did A Night, I mean, it's set.
They were using rock songs.
They were using rock.
Heath Ledger.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's like a third of the way through the movie, and then it just kind of stops.
Well,
they just kind of like quit on it.
Also, the Romeo and Juliet, with the contemporary telling with Claire Danes and Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah, Garbage had the main track from that song.
And Everclear. I remember I was asking Art Alexakis about that song.
Oh.
And he's like, yeah, I wrote it in like 2 hours in a hotel room after the MTV Movie Awards.
Now, if it's composed for the movie, that's cool. But when they take, when they apply something that has, an impactful meaning to you, and then pop, again, I can't recommend it enough, The Bear, you'll see how they incorporate this music, I think, seamlessly and brilliantly.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, when you need to take a break, we have some more Bizarre File stories to share with you. So we'll do that very thing. Come back in a second with that for you. And don't forget Tattoos Day today. Text word tattoo to 39332. So if you win before the end of the program, we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
All 93. You're acutely aware of the fact that Steve's going to be awake taking pictures of you.
Oh, that's all he does of me. He takes pictures of me while I'm sleeping. I think
have a whole album
a fetish. It's a fetish he has.
How do you fall asleep knowing that's going to happen?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't bother him.
I'm a performer. You know what I mean? I like to perform for people. So I walked into the bathroom, the airport bathroom, when I got off, and I had a gigantic drool stain all the way down my T-shirt too. So no, it was a good sleep. It was a good sleep. Yeah.
That is great, especially when you're walking off the flight. Everyone knows exactly what that is.
Hey, guys, I know that a lot of people were excited when they heard that Super Troopers 2 was going to start production this year. It happened in October. You guys
we shot it. Yeah,
you shot it. It's done?
It's done, yeah. We're in the editing room now. Yeah, that's why we red-eyed out, because we were editing yesterday. So,
wow.
But it was. We finished about first week of October, and we shot for 2 months up in Boston.
So with the with your stage show, and you guys go out and tour, and you've done it for a while. The other three, I guess, go off and do their deal. But
yeah, we're the funny ones.
You're the funny
guys,
ones.
Yeah.
But I love your kind of your stage show is a synthesis of different things. It's a storytelling and stand up, and it's almost like an evening with.
Yeah, we each do a traditional stand up comedy set, but we also we come out together and we'll tell behind the scenes stories of the making of our movies. In fact, this weekend we're telling a fresh new story about Super Troopers 2.
A tease? Because I'll
tease it.
I love the...
I'll tease you, Steve.
Tease me like crazy. Tickle my ass with an ostrich.
I'll tease.
So tease, yeah. What is it?
I have a really exciting love scene in Super Troopers 2. I have a very exciting love scene. It's...
Which Carlito's Way member do you look like?
No, it's me with my mustache, but I'm going mustache to mustache with Rodney Farva.
Wow.
Kevin and I have a love scene together.
Yeah.
Really?
We have a thing.
Yeah, we make out in this movie.
Yeah, we can't really give away how it happens, but it does happen.
Yeah.
I love that. I love, because I was, watching a lot of your stuff, and there's an elaborate... Patrick Swayze encounter story that I thought was hilarious. And you, Steve, are a huge Patrick Swayze fan.
We're all Kevin and I are both big Patrick Swayze fans, but Kevin missed his opportunity to meet him because he was over at the free buffet table.
But you had a moment.
The window opened for a second, and Kevin was not
open
there.
Bar, dude.
What I loved about it is that you guys are, because you guys, you obviously have this degree of success, but you're just the same sort of guys that we all would be in the same situation. When you meet someone you're sort of a fanboy for, and you realize in short order that you were that annoying fan.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, we were like, we saw Swayze, and we ran down the list. Like we were like, all right, what should we say to Swayze? And we ran down the list. Yeah, Point Break, Young Blood, Dirty Dancing,
Roadhouse.
Yeah,
we were zipping through all the movies.
You were trying to pick the movie to lead with because you wanted to set the tone.
I was just gonna have him just talk about every single movie he ever made.
Yeah.
And Kevin, we didn't think we were actually gonna speak to him, but Kevin walked away, and our Super Troopers producer came over and said, I know Swayze. Do you want to come meet him? He's about to leave though, so you have to come right now, which is why Kevin missed the opportunity. But then I got Swayze. I brought him over to a Japanese lantern in the corner of this party, and then I froze. I couldn't remember a single movie. And and then I was like, so is Swayze your stage name or?
And you saw him do the non-discreet security hand movement that.
Yeah, he made a little signal. I caught it. I didn't register what was happening until Matt Dillon swooped in between us. With his back to me. He was like, "Excuse me, bub." And after about 60 seconds, I was like, "Oh my God." Swayze gave him the signal,
the help signal,
and they were not coming back to me. And I sulked and I walked away. And then Heffernan was waiting for me, and he was so fired up. He was like, "Oh my God, Patrick Swayze and Matt Dillon, tell me everything." And I had crashed and burned.
So, in retrospect, what movie should you have led with had you have remembered? What is the ultimate Swayze movie?
Point Break.
Point Break. Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
Point Break or Roadhouse
too. Yeah.
I should have gone.
I think Next to Kin gets forgotten a lot.
Next to Kin is great. Black Dog is a deep cut, which is pretty solid. Ghost, I could go Ghost.
But you're a Dirty Dancing guy.
I'll do Dirty Dancing. Hey, look, in Club Dread, I play a character named Juan Castillo.
Yeah.
And if you translate that into English, it translates into Johnny Castle, which is the name of Pete Swayze's character in Dirty Dancing.
Pete Swayze.
Yeah.
That's our homage.
That's homage.
Wow.
Sofia Vergara's attorney, this is a follow-up, spoke out about the reports the actress is being sued by her own embryos and an ongoing legal battle with former fiancé Nick Loeb.
Are they going to put the embryos on stand?
I'm wondering if that's a bold legal maneuver or not, and if they'll try it, but we'll wait and see. The Right to Live lawsuit was filed on behalf of the fertilized eggs, listed as plaintiffs Emma and Isabella on Tuesday in Louisiana.
The defendant, Sofia Vergara. The plaintiff, her embryos.
Loeb and Vergara created the embryos in 2013, and Loeb has since been battling to have them carried to term and then taken to custody. And then he takes them to custody. The latest maneuver, this is according to her attorney, this latest maneuver is nothing more than another attempt on the part of Mr. Loeb to keep himself in the public eye by keeping himself linked to Miss Vergara. You notice that's always what lawyers say. This is another attempt at publicity.
Another shameless attempt.
They always go there.
We have every intention of putting the embryos up on the stage, and I will cross-examine them vigorously.
So there's the...
Look at you. You're not even developed. You have no arms or legs. You're simply an embryo. You're a gelatinous mass, and you show up here without even wearing a suit. You insult the courts.
I think you should be held in contempt.
Yeah. Not entertain this circus.
Loeb's suit comes just 1 week before it
Besides that, you left a slimy trail all the way up to the stage. And everyone else will now slip in it.
And that might be a lawsuit.
Could be another
right?
lawsuit in the making. And I am frankly shocked that the court would allow this to happen. We ask that anyone taking the stand, please clean up their slimy trails after them.
These from the Geeter bag.
Oh,
these are,
what are these?
These are Anderson peanut butter filled pretzel nuggets. That's what Casey's snacking.
So
on.
the Geeter sends, sometimes you get these baskets that have, Jerry Blavitt, sends these great baskets, but sometimes people will send these baskets where there's nothing good. Right. And it's a wonderful gesture. His baskets always have a lot of great stuff in them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like the tower. Like you get all
That's
those
really
little
good.
boxes.
I do like that.
Yeah.
You know who does that? Harry and David.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they got the...
They have a very good with the holidays. It's the number one place to shop. It's a holiday season upon you. Harry and David are very good.
Nick became full-blown,
Shogun.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm interested in purchasing a tower of a delectables for holiday season. Your name is Macaroon. Cookie here. Cookie here. Brownie here. The chocolate covered the blueberry. I said the blueberry.
Blueberry. We don't have any blueberries.
Son of a bitch. I know you were coming to avenge me.
He really did. He got very emotional.
I like the popcorn with the chocolate.
Oh, you got to do the. You like the blueberries, right?
The Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries. And here's the difference. Here's where it all comes down to. They're actual blueberries covered in dark chocolate, as opposed to blueberry mush. Some other places do. This was once a blueberry before we treated it with radiation and whatever. But the Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries are blueberry.
Yeah. So when you had your surgery a couple of years ago,
you
Steve,
very kindly brought by like a whole supply of them.
Yeah, I bought 3 boxes of blueberries. I only gave you 2 of them.
Mate, I'm only learning about that now. Now I regret having the surgery.
Hey! Is this a Harry and David?
He had dishonored you.
You make me rose face. In front of Harry and David, I will kill you. You have dishonored my tower of chocolate covered popcorn.
Nick, that was just so guttural, so raw. You're
Holy crap.
If that doesn't tell you how cold it is.
I mean, it's like an alien.
I don't
swear to God,
know
it's like
what
a thing from another planet.
Two sets of eyes.
Is that 2 or 3?
So to describe, just a moment. We had a Number one, it just looked like a black mass that walked in through the door here. And then as this thing got closer, we realized that it's actually Pierre Robert.
I thought it was Sasquatch.
He's wearing a huge, thick, down black jacket. He has, of course, his hair flying out all over the place, and he has a huge hat on that's fuzzy, all kinds of fur all over it, which is fake, I'm sure. And then he has a pair of sunglasses. And then on top of that are a pair of spectacles, and his mouth is opening and closing.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in.
I'm just describing for the audience what we're seeing here.
He's trying to breathe.
So it's cold out.
Baby.
Yeah. I got to play that from Dean Martin later today. But I found this hat somewhere in my travels, and I go, this hat will make me look like a Ruski, and then I can hack into the U.S. political system. And
this actually makes you look. Who's the guy who's saying, I just want to stop and tell you how I feel about you? Do you remember that guy, the Canadian guy who was super hairy?
Kenny Rogers.
I never saw him. I know the song.
Yeah, it's just an amazing. You do look like Sasquatch with bad eyesight.
I could be totally speaking out my ass here, but Steve, do they do prescription sunglasses these days?
They absolutely do. Claire has, my wife has them, and they're absolutely manageable and doable.
What are you laughing at? These people are laughing
at your multiple sets of glasses.
People that give me funny looks while I'm driving because I'll have my sunglasses on and then my reading glasses below my sunglasses.
All right, this is the guy, Gino Vanelli.
Gino Vanelli is who she was talking about.
That's who you look like.
That song. And yes, it does look like him.
Well, there you have it.
For your love.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil, just like me.
Wait, so are your eyes dilated right now?
No.
Oh.
I could take them off.
Yeah, you can take them off. There you go.
Yeah, there.
You look like a Sasquatch safecracker.
This is Gino Vanelli, by the way, who Pierre looks like this morning.
It's this big, black, fuzzy, fake fur hat with flaps. As I was leaving the premises, I'm thinking this will be good today. But you know, it's not the cold. There are bursts of wind. What?
I keep seeing Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, from the side when he turned sideways.
Yeah.
Yes,
because it kind of looks like he have a mullet, and he actually brought it back.
Who's
He's
your
a hockey player.
He's a hockey player, yeah.
With the
I shouldn't
mullet.
have used the sports reference.
I thought it was another movie thing that I'd missed.
No, it was a hockey
The Break
thing that you
Bad
missed.
Guys.
So Darth Vader's cousin.
Okay. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Well, honestly, it's the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh.
We're putting it up.
It's the wind bursts that get you.
Yes, the wind chill.
The cold said that thousands of flights are disrupted by the weather that came through yesterday. So if you are flying today, might want to do a double check on your departure time and all that.
Yeah,
stuff. Just heads up on
absolutely.
that. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Fightins, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino. Did I hear a little coo or
Yeah, it's a good place to watch a game.
All
They
right.
have massive televisions.
Live Casino and Hotel Philly? You can watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. We'll start with this story in Wisconsin. A teen who allegedly tossed a barrel with gasoline and diesel fuel onto a bonfire, causing an explosion which injured more than a dozen people, was charged Thursday.
Hey, watch this.
Yeah. Sam Armstrong told police that he did not realize that the barrel would do what it did and injure someone.
Why didn't someone let me know?
Armstrong, who's 18, faces 13 counts of injury by negligent handling of explosives or fire. He is the second person charged in the case. The 16-year-old who assisted Armstrong was prosecuted in juvenile court. According to the criminal complaint, police responded after multiple teens were admitted to a local hospital after the explosion. When police talked to Armstrong, he said he had been asking someone who lives at the house all night to throw the barrel into the fire.
Throw the barrel.
Finally,
Throw the barrel.
Finally,
Throw the barrel.
at approximately 10:50, that
gonna throw the
person
barrel?
told him to just go ahead and do it.
I
And
can throw the barrel.
The complaint states after the barrel was thrown into the fire, it was approximately half a second and the fire began shooting out. Armstrong indicated he backed away from the fire pit and then went over to put the fire out that was burning one of the victims. After the fire was out, several people assaulted Armstrong.
Yes, of course.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
He was asked about his alcohol consumption. He stated he had consumed approximately 6 drinks.
What was the story most recently? Was it someone throwing a keg into the fire?
Oh, and that thing, yeah.
Detonated?
Yep. At least 17 teenagers suffered burn injuries out of the about 60 that were there for the bonfire. Wow.
Don't do that.
Casey, this speaks to something you were talking about not that long ago. A 35-year-old mom of 2 has died after drinking too much water on a hot day.
Oh, jeez.
Ashley Summers drank almost 2 liters of water in 20 minutes after feeling dehydrated. The mother from Indiana started to feel ill when celebrating July 4th with her family at the lake. She felt lightheaded and had a headache. Put the symptoms down to dehydration. When the family got home, she collapsed and never regained consciousness.
It can happen.
Yeah, doctors diagnosed her with water toxicity, also called hyponatremia, which means that there is too much water and not enough salt in the body. Devin Miller, Ashley's brother, said she felt like she couldn't get enough water. The family has spent 4 days at the lake, and Ashley started to feel ill on the last day. She drank 2 liters of water while on a boat ride, and she died from it.
So when I passed out on the air here years ago, when I was taking a Lankenau, the doctor said at that time I was drinking too much water. I was flushing my potassium out of my system. And yes, you can get drunk on water, too. Mm-hmm. It's possible.
You do have to be careful. Comedian Joe Pascal has said that he is lucky to be alive after a freak moose antler accident.
Ooh. Why don't you forget the moose
during his latest
for a moment
tour?
What happened?
The comedian's show, The New Normal, features a number of props, including antlers. Describing the incident,
Rantlers.
Pascal said rantlers. No, he said that he had tripped and narrowly avoiding getting stabbed in the stomach. He said it only got me in the back of the leg. He said, in the act, I have a great big pair of moose antlers, and they're huge things. They've got like these gigantic prongs sticking out, and the gag is I have to put them on my head, and I say I put too much moose on my hair. But at the end of the act,
sounds like a good
the
act.
curtains came down, and all of my props are strewn all over the stage, and they bring the lights down, obviously. And I'm starting to head out. I'm starting to put all my props away, and I literally tripped over the moose head. And he thought that he was going to impale himself right in the stomach, which it very easily could have done.
So a moose's antlers, there's sort of like they're flat parts, but around the ridge there are pointed protrusions, correct?
Yep. Yeah. But he added that somehow he had managed to push his torso out of the way, out of harm's way, and twist around to his back. He was taken to the hospital after the moose incident.
So a moose.
It was a moose, yeah. He can't forget about it at all.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A career fraudster who escaped from a federal prison in Colorado nearly 5 years ago was captured this week while moving into a $1.5 million house near the ocean on Florida's Gold Coast.
So he got the money legitimately?
Federal marshals arrested Alan Todd May when movers unloaded a U-Haul truck.
I live here. I'm Steven Spielberg.
He was wearing a Rolex watch at the time of the arrest and drove a high-end Mercedes. It was an anonymous tipster who led authorities to May, who was living under the name Jacob Turner, after spotting a published photo of him at a posh fundraiser. May, who has a string of convictions going back to 1983 for bad checks, credit card abuse, theft, and fraud, was in custody in Florida awaiting extradition to Colorado. The U.S. Marshals Service has been looking for him since December of 2018, when he allegedly stole the U.S. Bureau of Prisons truck and escaped from a federal lockup in Inglewood, Colorado. At that time, he was serving a 20-year prison sentence for mail fraud over a $7 million Ponzi scheme in which prosecutors said he used the proceeds for extravagant personal expenses, including houses, cars, and plane tickets. But he didn't keep a low profile. He went out and started doing this stuff again after escaping from federal prison.
It's amazing.
People like this can't help themselves.
It's like Catch Me If You Can. It's like, what was the Great Imposter? Same stuff.
Yeah. While in federal custody, May managed to steal another $700,000.
Wow.
by filing fraudulent documents and pilfering unclaimed oil and gas royalties that were owed to several companies. By then, he had already been on the loose for 3.5 years.
Do you think it's as
and the
much,
trial to catch him had long since gone cold?
It's as much the joy of the creature comforts that he's paying. Or what matters more to people like this? The thrill of pulling it off, or the results of their nefarious deeds?
I guess it's got to be both.
Yeah.
I guess that the ripoff is part of the excitement for them.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
gotta be.
Yeah.
Why would you do this over and over?
By the way, he is one of dozens of people who have escaped from federal prisons in the U.S. over the last few years. The Federal Bureau of Prisons has struggled with security at federal prisons across the country, with some prisons having such lax security that doors are often left unlocked.
It happened here, didn't it? With those guys who escaped and walked out of the prison with the assistance from the inside, and they were on the lam for a while?
I think that was a little more elaborate than this. Right. Security cameras are broken, and officials sometimes don't notice an inmate is missing for hours. But yes, Steve, they overlooked a lot of things in that particular case. You were right. May had himself a head start of 24 to 28 hours before the U.S. Marshal Service was even put on the case, and he got out of there.
Crazy.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. All right, we'll take a break. We'll get back in a second. We have lots of stories from music news. We'll also get to the trash and the lesson question. So hang in there. We're going to be back with it all in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Buckle up heartily.
Yeah.
Wear your warmest buckles.
Buckle up for safety. Buckle up.
For warmth.
Yeah.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed? I thought he was dead. Oh, my God.
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, I thought you were dead before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, I'm not dead.
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals. And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko?
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God, yeah,
yeah, the stage show.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Greece was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing TJ Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, you work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh, that'd be
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had like technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, poor man's Travolta, my ass. Yeah. He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute, it's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie, I think personally.
Look at the cans on that bimbo.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy, and hey, look at the cans on that bimbo. You know, that movie, Tom and I lived very close to each other, so we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City, so it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing? Yeah. This is going to be terrible. Yeah. No. All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off.
Yeah.
Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene where there's a horse
a donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh, my God.
And we've got all these people, there's like 100 extras. Many of, the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, oh, my God, they killed the donkey.
Dear Lord.
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they put the
oh, my
in
God.
his heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah.
You definitely could.
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Oh. Yeah, now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there. And all of a sudden, you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
And
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates.
Do you know
the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, "We really need to get that guy
that's like
for this."
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man.
Oh,
but
he's great.
He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role, and
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
It is 16 minutes after 10 o'clock. Preston Steve Radio program. Happy that you're joining us on a day like this, kind of changing conditions. We might have a little bit of rain passing through the area. The clouds are big and billowy. They certainly look like they could carry some precipitation. But we are going to be a little bit more comfortable, a little less humid, high of about 81.
Still breezy.
Tomorrow, sunshine, 87, and then maybe some thunderstorms. Keep an eye out for Thursday. After that, as of now, looking pretty good going into the weekend, but we'll see if it holds or not. We are going to ask a lesson question, and we're going to give away. Hang on a second. I'll give my lesson questions. Nick brought them over here. Yeah, there we go. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. Show number 1, Wednesday, August 16th at Citizens Bank Park. How about that, folks? All right. So, no, this is no.
No.
This is the wrong.
No. Don't. No.
Nick, can you ask a question? I apologize. I don't know what I did with it, man.
It's okay.
What's up?
All right. You want an early one or a later one? I'll let you choose, Press.
The last few times they've been early, so let's do a later one.
All right. Who originally sang the song "I Wish Our Moon Was Europa"?
Okay.
Who originally sang the song "I Wish Our Moon Was Europa"?
215-263-WMMR. If you heard us mention that, then you should call now. Who originally sang "I Wish Our Moon Was Europa"? And we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve's got some stories. Let's get right to them. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Barbie movie mania has reportedly caused a huge spike in parents naming their own newborn girls after the iconic doll. Bizarrely, the number 2 name on the list for baby girls is Stretch Armstrong.
Wow.
Oh, my
Doesn't make sense.
God.
The Bachelorette alums Caitlin Bristow and Jason Tartick have said their goodbyes, calling it quits on their engagement after 4 years together. Tartick admits he's devastated by the split, saying Caitlin was the woman he wanted to be engaged to forever. And finally, Mitch McConnell, one of the most powerful politicians in the world, was drowned out by calls to retire during a speech in Kentucky over the weekend. The 81-year-old Senate minority leader, wrapped up his speech early because he had scheduled a race with a rabbit.
All right. Let's see if we can get an answer to the lesson question. which was
Who originally sang the song I Wish Our Moon Was Europa?
I Wish Our Moon Was Europa. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if Eddie knows the answer to that. Hi, Eddie. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you. All right, who originally sang the song I Wish Our Moon Was Europa?
Is it Murphy?
Murphy?
Murphy.
No, sorry.
The great tenor, Murphy?
Let's try Karen, see if she knows the answer. Hi, Karen. Good morning.
Hi, Preston.
All right, so do me a favor, Karen. Who sang originally the song I Wish Our Moon Was Europa?
Anne Murray.
Anne Murray, the great. Hang on a second, Karen. You got it.
Murphy.
And we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. It's show number 1, Wednesday, August 16th at Citizens Bank Park. And tickets for Bruce Springsteen, Wednesday, August 16th, Friday, August 18th at Citizens Bank Park are available at phillies.com/Springsteen.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I got a bunch of things for you. We're going to start with this. On Sunday night, Metallica performed Too Far Gone in concert for the first time ever at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Footage of the second show of the North American leg of Metallica's M72 World Tour was posted by a fan online.
So this is the tour basically is you had to get tickets for both nights, right?
It is a no-repeat weekend, featuring 2 completely different set lists and opening acts. The M72 World Tour features an in-the-round stage design that relocates the famed Snake Pit to center stage. Metallica's 2-night stand at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas later this month will be live-streamed to movie theaters across the globe. Now, Sarah Parker, our own Sarah, got to spend some time with Kirk Hammett of Metallica. And we have the full interview at WMMR.com, but I'm going to play a couple of little snippets for you. They talk about the big stage, and here's Kirk commenting on that.
I heard that the stage for your last tour can actually fit inside the snake pits for the stage on the start. How do you navigate that? Like literally, do you get a little lost sometimes?
I wish I got lost just sometimes. we get lost a lot on that because it's just picture just like a big donut or kind of like, oval with no landmarks. Wow. The only landmark is the drum kit. And so when you're playing and you're like so focused in on your instrument and on the performance, the last thing you think about is where am I at on stage, and that's not something that we think about during the songs. It's something we think about after the songs. Right. So a lot of times after the songs, you'll see, me or James or Rob just like doing this really quick sort of trot toward where our techs are and where all our other guitars are. But, another interesting thing to know about the stage is like, when you do 14 revolutions around it, it equals 1 mile. And, I think I do that by like the 7th or 8th song.
Nice.
That's wild.
She also had a chance to chat with him about the Tower Theater. We were talking about the Tower Theater not that long, and here is that conversation.
I got to tell you, I'll never forget that Tower Theater show during the Lightning Tour because it was radical. And, man, we busted the place up. I remember that show was so crazy. It was one of those shows on that tour is just like, wow, that Tower Theater show is something else. And we were talking about that show for like years afterwards.
Legendary.
And this is how much of an impression it made on me because I still remember it now.
The building's still there. I think God. Metallica should come.
Thank God.
Maybe tear it down.
We should play that just for old time's sake. That would be actually very, very.
Well, you know how happy he sounds talking.
He sounds like a nice guy.
That's really cool.
And Sarah does a great interview.
Absolutely. Now, there's another Metallica story, and apparently you're seeing some AI versions of musicians pop up from time to time.
Yeah, this is AI James Hetfield.
Disturbing.
Yeah, if that is completely AI generated, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I don't really like that.
No, I don't.
I mean, it sounds good, but I don't like the fact that you can do that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, we'll see. Moving on, shown in a photo wearing his new concert T-shirt, Kisses Paul Stanley praised Taylor Swift. He took his wife Erin and their 2 daughters.
Of course.
Teenager Sarah and Emily, who turns 12 this week, by the way, to his Swift show in Inglewood. I know. California.
This is my 5-year-old. Really?
After raving over her performance, he thanked and wrote, thanks to the staff for rolling out the red carpet for us. He wrote that Swift played 6 concerts at SoFi Stadium for a total of 500,000 people, and he said, I know why. Phenomenal show by a phenomenal artist. So he jumped in there, went to the show with his 12-year-old.
Okay, so that's got to be what? That's got to be a newer wife, right?
I assume so.
Yeah. They just waited.
The Alberta town that proudly announced itself as the home of Nickelback has removed its popular highway signs with potential safety risks cited as one reason they were taken down. Since 2004, the 3 highway entrances to Hanna, Alberta, have boasted welcome signs stating the town of 2600 was, quote, proud to be the home of Nickelback.
Why would you take that down?
In May, those signs were all taken down. Danny Pavashuk, the mayor of the town, said the highway signs posed a safety concern while Nickelback fans and curious motorists stopped on the side of the road and another one of the band's hits to take a photograph of themselves with the sign.
Look at that photograph!
But the removal was also prompted by a desire for the town to refurbish the signs, which were about 30 years old, while refreshing the message given to potential investors.
They're changing. It's going to read, sorry about Nickelback.
The feeling of the council, he said, was to keep the new sign simple and not put anyone's name on it at all.
I think
we actually have a Nickelback clip to play.
Yes, Chad Kroeger was losing his voice during a concert, and so he kind of gives an option to the attendees, and you can hear it here.
I cannot sit here with a f***ing absolutely destroyed throat and try to make it through this show and pretend like there's nothing f***ing wrong and take your f***ing money, because that is wrong.
Somebody's laughing.
I'm having a hard time hitting f***ing notes. The doctor just jabbed me in the hip with some prednisone, and we all crossed our fingers backstage hoping that this was going to work. But I cannot, in good conscience, stand up here and sing these songs and have my voice cracking and everything sound like it's driving me nuts. So, tell you what, I can give it my best. I can keep just trying.
Goes out of here.
And we can just blow the f***er out if you want to.
Yep.
Hey.
I'll sing the rest of the night. You want? No, these guys don't want that. But I'll help you out, buddy.
Okay, let's start this one over again. I'm just going to give it all I've got. I'm just going to go till she blows.
All right, so he just decided to stick it out. I'm sure they sound like somebody about ready to cancel the show. So.
Yeah, they did a 15-song set.
Okay.
So, which is, I guess, okay, right?
Yeah, that's a little shorter. You would think you'd want at least 20 or so, but wow. Interesting. All right, and then one last thing. This doesn't have to do with the voice, but the ears. And I bring this up because I love Huey Lewis in the News.
Yes.
I've always loved that band. And this was an article about him. And Huey Lewis fell into a deep depression after losing his hearing, revealing that he can't even hear music anymore.
Oh, man.
He said, it's cacophony for me. It just sounds like noise. And he surmises that's because music is harder to listen to than speech. He said it occurs in all frequencies with harmonics and other things. And what happens with my particular hearing loss is not only is it hearing loss, but it ends distortion to the bottom end. It adds distortion to the bottom end. He's 73 years old. His hearing loss was caused by an inner ear disorder, which is called Meniere's disease. And it began actually in the right ear at the height of the group's success when he was in his late 30s. So he's dealt with this for a long, long time.
So he's hearing sound. It's just his ears can't process it properly.
The music is just, it sounds like garbage to him. He can talk to you. He can hear you. But music is too garbled. He wears hearing aids and says he can't hear music anymore. Said, I was really freaked out. Adding that his ENT doctor at the time had comforted him by listing other musicians that had hearing issues. He said Jimi Hendrix had one ear, Brian Wilson had one ear, I've had one ear, and I'm in a barbershop quartet.
Van Gogh had one ear.
When he said you only need one, it was actually right. You can do pretty much anything with one ear. He lost his hearing in his left ear by 2017. He said it was devastating at first. I pretty much laid in bed for 6 months. I worried. I panicked. And he realized that despite losing his hearing, he still has it better than a lot of people. Lewis says that he tried different holistic treatments, chiropractors, acupuncture, changing his diet in an attempt to restore his hearing, but nothing worked. He said, I was in a real depression. I lost 20 pounds. I pretty much stayed in bed. But I have 2 kids, and they wouldn't stand for it, basically, and I slowly improved. He was forced to change his mindset and attitude by acknowledging that there are a lot of people out there much worse off than I am. And it's very important for me to realize that my life is not as great as it used to be, but it's still better than most.
So not likely that he's going to have any sort of... Yeah.
I think he's done with his music career. That's what it sounds like anyway, which is too bad because right before they announced this, they were going to be coming to Atlantic City. I think they were playing Hard Rock, and I was going to go see them. I've never seen them. That was your first concert ever, Casey.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, they have great vocals. That's one thing I always loved about it. Quite literally, they have a couple of songs that are just them doing a cappella.
Yep.
And they're fantastic vocalists, and he's a great singer.
He had done some acting.
Yeah.
And was actually pretty good.
Yeah, in duets.
Yeah, I wonder if that...
That's a guilty pleasure movie.
Yeah, is that a possibility, you think, for him? Or I don't know.
Maybe.
Call him up.
Let's see. We'll give him a call.
Preston's on the phone.
Yeah.
He's in Back to the Future.
Yeah, you're right.
Just too darn loud.
You guys are just too darn loud. All right, and that's the last item in music news. Let's take a break. Let's come back in a second, wrap up the show, letter of the day, word of the week when we get back. Going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have 2 cult classic movies that are really... They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease, too, it was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2, and they cast. Not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. They took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid-friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kanicki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
I remember it,
and Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, They finally said,
Wow.
it's his role.
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're, again, sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty, you can't help but get swept up in it. And it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah. A lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about somebody getting an Adrian Zmed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zmed tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy
this done.
eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
So when
chest.
he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah, we knew you'd be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zmed. Thank you. Thank you so much. I did see something else. This one was...
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The Noticer.
I noticed the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy.
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the Noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor impact.
You never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office.
Mm-mm.
God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
but
this.
Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
Breathe. And
This chick has just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes.
I hate it. I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair. And lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he is built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
U2 frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes,
I had no idea.
Yeah, yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. They had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first Man of the Year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
Do you
sexy.
know what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
You don't even have any left? You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. It's a whole group of girls leaning into his mouth. Ladies. We're looking forward to seeing you there. All the information available at WMMR.com. Don't forget the Preston and Steve Show side stage with live band karaoke. Details coming very soon about that.
Yes.
And how maybe you can end up performing at the MMRBQ. Jackie Bam Bam's doing a DJ set as well. So we are excited about all the possibilities. And tickets now available at Ticketmaster, but go to WMMR.com because that's where all that information lives. I would like to thank one person and one person only.
Who?
Margaret Cho.
Margaret Cho.
For being on our show today.
She was the trooper.
Not the other people who didn't call in, who were supposed to call in today.
Tickheads.
Whatever, man. Tickheads.
Yes.
Yes, we were talking about tickheads earlier. That's T, not
What
D.
happened to the flying saucer guy?
He didn't call.
Well, he's going to be moved.
Because I wanted to hear the flying saucer story.
So did we.
Thursday.
A little suspicious, don't you think?
Well, there are aliens among us, apparently.
Do you believe that there are aliens living among us?
Have you listened between 7 and midnight?
This is true. Yeah. We have our very own.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's true.
Right here.
And I've been recently possessed myself.
Okay.
It happens.
It happens.
You can't. You will eventually succumb to their power.
Yeah. There's no resisting. It's futile.
It's futile. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. So thinking of Margaret Cho, and you can go to margaretcho.com to get tickets. She's going to be closest she's coming to town is the Red Bank Theater.
Not that
No,
far.
I'm sorry, in Red Bank, New Jersey, at the Hackensack Meridian Health Theater. And that's not till August 20th or October 20th. Look, I'm on fumes.
Go to her damn site.
Yeah.
All the information is there, spelled out exactly.
Pierre will now give us the letter of the day. So here we
Preston
go.
and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T is in triumph.
All right, very good. And we are going to give away 4 tickets to see the much anticipated return of The Lion King. August 25th, the Academy of Music, plus a limited edition Lion King merchandise gift bag, and winners of 6 Tony Awards. Winning Best Music, including Best Musical, tickets are available at kimmelculturalcampus.org for The Lion King. So we'll give that away on Friday. What's the haps today, man?
Well, we've got Workforce Block speak.
What's the haps? I don't know. I thought it sounded funny.
It's from
Jesus Christ.
a movie called
Superstar.
North Shore. What's that?
North Shore?
That's where I got it from, anyway.
Okay. Well, there's in Jesus Christ Superstar, there's a song, What's the buzz? Tell me what's a happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's a happening.
Aha. They say, what's the haps?
They don't say that.
Okay.
But made me think of that.
Is there a surfing scene in that?
Yeah, there is a surfing scene. I don't know.
Well, he walks on
Great
water.
surfing Jesus.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm hanging 12 apostles.
Is Mercury in retrograde or something today?
I feel like it really is.
Yeah, weird stuff has been happening.
I don't know, and I hesitate to look anymore for fear I'll blame everything that goes crazy in my life, which is many things.
Yeah.
Do me a favor and
on
investigate
Mercury.
that, because I actually had I had multiple mechanical, and I mean, I'm a tech guy. I had to pull wires on everything and rewire, and I had other issues, around the home, and I was thinking maybe Pierre could do a little investigating.
It says it's not yet, Pierre. It turns retrograde on Wednesday, the 23rd, so we're a little ahead of time.
Sometimes the advanced effects creep in before. My cable is out from the storm, and I can't reset my cable box. I pressed all these buttons, and I unplugged. My elderly neighbor's cable is out. She said, "You've got to help me." And I go, "You're asking the wrong guy."
Yeah.
But I went up and I looked at it, and that's all I could do.
Yeah, that's cable, all right.
Yeah, that's cable, and it's not working. But I don't know. I don't know who to call. Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mercury is in retrograde.
it's in retrograde.
Retrograde.
Anyway, on my
pre-grade.
program today, we'll have workforce blocks of triumph. Speaking of tea. For Scott Stepp's birthday, we've got Creed, and we've got U2 for the Edge's birthday. And on vinyl, I just went down to Main Street Music and got me the Gurr Live, which is the Rolling Stones 50th anniversary tour live. And it's magnificent. And this particular set, isn't that a great photo of the four of them? God, I love that photo of Keith and Charlie and Mick and Ronnie. Anyway, you can't see it on the radio, but trust me, it's a great photo. And on this is the version of Give Me Shelter with Lady Gaga and the version of another song with Bruce Springsteen. I can't think of what it is right now.
So that's very cool.
And I'm going to play it on vinyl today.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's cool.
When you play music at home, are you predominantly vinyl?
No, I tend to do CD for quickness, but I prefer vinyl.
Okay.
So there it is. So that is going to be a nice double shot on this Double Shot Tuesday.
Awesome, man. Well, it's not only
Tumbling Dice.
Oh, and what?
Tumbling Dice.
Tumbling Dice. That's the song. Not only Double Shot Tuesday, it's also Tat Tuesday, so we're going to give away our prize today. And our winner of a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing is Katie Pinjack from Pottstown. Congratulations, Katie. To set you up with this. Don't forget Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow, a Wednesday, we'll do Fox Good Day. We'll do the Secret Text Word. And love talking to this guy, Ryan Avery of Screen Crush.
Yes.
Which is a wonderful channel on YouTube that handles all kinds of Easter eggs and plot points and all kinds of things about movies that you may have missed, and shows, too. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.